with him. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna start the recording. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go dark on my screen so you don't see me, and all you do is hear my voice. And I'm gonna record. Is that all right?
Prince, it is recording. You do know that, right? It
Yes.
is recording.
Yeah, but we only need a 3-minute recording.
Oh, I see.
All
Okay.
right, so it looks like everybody's on the screen. And you all can go first, I'll go last, okay? So, Sister Tamar, we're going to give a few minutes to speak in reference to our great elder, Elder Shalomo. So we would like for you, Sister Malka, you two can speak. Maisha, you can speak. Whichever one of you want to go first, now is the opportunity to do so. May the Most High be praised.
All right. Hallelujah. Todaya. I don't mind going first, family. Hallelujah. I just want to give really, truly give thanks and praises to the Most High for being able to have a portion of my journey with Elder Shalomo, because before I even made the journey to go to the Jamaica and actually meet him in person, and Prince, I think it was you that actually introduced us.
Yes.
He would call me, and he was so encouraging. He was truly had the heart for the Most High and the Most High's people, and seeing us being able to come together and pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. He was a visionary person like unto myself, but even relentlessly. So he would always call me, "Where you at now? Where you at now?" And I would be driving. He said, "You just be driving this," before I even became a truck driver. But he encouraged me, and that you can do it, because I know you can handle it. And I didn't see no misogyny in him, by the way. He was definitely a brother that I could really consider my brother, that loved me unconditionally, encouraged me unconditionally. He wasn't, it wasn't that type of misogyny spirit about him at all. It was all about nation building and connecting the dots. He would give me leads of people who I would need to call. He was just a real resource, a human resource within Israel. And it's unfortunate that sometimes as a people that we're so stiff-necked, hard-headed, and rebellious that we don't recognize those among us who the Most High have placed to give us words of encouragement and suggestions and ideas and stuff in which to walk on. I would say that he's going to be missed, but in all honesty, I expect his presence to still be with me and encouraging me, because from the experience that I've had with Elder Shalomo, I refuse to see him as gone. I will receive him as being in the essence of the Creator, and still doing his works and his labors among the universe. And I'm sure it's more that I can say, but that's what I feel most led to say today. And so I just pray that the Most High's will be done and that he reigns in power with Yah.
May the Most High be praised. Thank you, my sister.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
I'd like to go next. I met Elder Shalomo through my sister Tamar, and we spoke on the phones many times. Although I never met him in person, I felt like I knew him. And then he showed me how to talk to him on Messenger where we could actually see each other. So he was really into nation buildings. I like the way Tamar put it, connecting the dots. But we talked about doing an endeavor together, and he was trying to introduce me to the right people. there's obviously a building there that was a casino in Jamaica that had closed. And after telling him about all my casino experiences and connections with people, we knew some of the same people in Pennsylvania. He was trying to help connect me to try to figure out where would I stay. He even offered me to stay with him. He says, my place is little, it's only here, this and that, but you're more than welcome to stay here. So he was trying to help me figure out how to get there and to try to make something happen for our people. So I'm sorry to hear about his passing. I will miss being able to speak to him again, but I know that the Most High don't make mistakes. I don't know if he was in any pain, if he was in any suffering, but I believe that his spirit is resting well with the Most High. And for that, I'm grateful. And I will truly miss the brother. That's all I have.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. This is Princess Madaya. I met Elder Shalomo through my Ish, Prince Kez. And from the very first time I heard his voice, every time I heard his voice, he reminded me so much of like my father and my uncles with his jive talk. He had like this talk, the way he talked. And I would just sit there and listen sometimes to him encouraging my husband, keeping him, uplifted, because he would just call sometimes, just random times, and just have like these long conversations and these ideas, and encouraging him also to come to Jamaica. And I remember a few times when he couldn't reach my husband, so he would call my phone. He would call me on Messenger and just talk to me and call me daughter. And I never met him, in person. So, but I felt very endearing to him, just the way he approached me. And he always, was so respectful. And he would come on my post and just say, encouraging words. And it meant when I found out he passed, it touched me a little differently because it was the 6th anniversary of my mother's passing the same day. So it just really kind of did something spiritual for me and just showed me that connection. Sometimes you don't know how you're connected to somebody, and that it kind of solidified that connection, and it made me just feel real at ease with his passing. But I also felt like, wow, I didn't get to meet him. I didn't get to make it to Jamaica and meet him and actually see the work and the things that he was imploring us to come and do. But I do pray that, I spoke to my Ish about it at one point, that we do make that journey at one time to at least go where he was and see what we can do to help continue the work that he was so much passionate about over in Jamaica, and how to link us Israelites here and there and in different communities and nations that he kept speaking of. So I just wanted to say your brother really touched my heart. And I pray that the Creator, blesses his soul and accepts him back and forgives him for any and all things that he may have done, and also continues to bless his family with that spirit that he had of giving and pulling and nation building. So Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Sister Mariah, welcome to the Shabbat call. Did you know Elder Shalomo from Jamaica?
Shabbat Shalom, Mishpacha. Boker Tov. No, I did not.
Okay. However,
However, that was the brother that we were listening to last night, correct?
no. Elder Shalomo was an elder who passed away. 2 weeks.
All praise be to the Most High. No, I did not know him, nor was I aware that he had passed.
Well, please forgive me for robbing you of that blessing of having the opportunity to meet him and to know him. He would have been very important and influential. And I know you would have a lot to say about him too. But I just need to say my portion for now, if I may. When I met Elder Shalomo, I was maybe 30 years old, maybe. So that was 9.5 years ago. Yeah. All right. He was one of those inspirational elders. He always stayed around to make sure you was on point. He would test you, he would challenge you, and he would encourage you in ways that if you didn't know him, he would get angry and offended because how he talked. He didn't play no games. He didn't play with the if theory. He was about factual theory. Like sometimes he would say, I say something like, may the Most High be with you. See, that's an if theory. If the Most High is going to be with you or not. He said, oh no, he's already with me. He don't let you do what the common folk would allow you to do. He stayed off that path. He stayed into the definite articles of everything. No, the Most High is with me. The Most High is blessing me. You're doing it, Prince. You're not going to do it. It's already done. He was a wonderful guy. He was the ambassador of ambassadors. Every time you talk to him, he had somebody he wanted. Oh, I know me. I know every time I talk to him, he had somebody he wanted me to meet. This individual, that individual, and everybody that he ties you into was key elements or key components to building a nation. Because that's what he was about. From a distance, he always would tell me, oh, Prince, you got to come over here. He used to call me, what he used to call me? Little Prince, king size. He called me king size. Prince, most of the time he called me Kaz. He called me whatever he want. It wouldn't even matter to me. That's my elder. And he was one of my great elders, one of the ones that I can call and talk to and rely upon and trust that his decision was real and genuine with no hidden agendas. There's not a lot of people like that in the earth today that you can call and they're going to tell you whether they like you or not, or let me say, not say like you, whether they agree with you or not, he's going to tell you the truth. And I appreciated that about him. And if you ever needed anybody to get something done, he was the one to call. You can, and like my wife said earlier, he calls you at any time he wants. He don't care what time it is. He will call you at 6 o'clock in the morning and be on your phone. And he used to call me sometimes and say, I know you ducking my calls. I say, no, I don't duck your calls. You one of the people that I do not duck. And I meant that, and it was real. Because he don't get on your phone and waste time. If he ain't got nothing to talk about, he gonna hang up. He gonna tell you, I'm gonna go. But let me tell you, when you talk to him, you better have an hour's worth of time because he can go. The elder, and not 1 minute of that hour will he not be talking. You don't even need to say anything. He will talk and talk and talk and talk. And the things that he talk about, if you listen to him, they'll be helpful, they'll be useful, and they'll motivate you through life. If he's not connecting dots, he's motivating you, he's teaching you, he's educating you. He was a wise man. And one thing I want to say was that I remember when he first realized he was sick, he didn't want to tell nobody, but he told me. He shared it with me, and we cried on the phone for a little while, back and forth to each other, because it was an emotional thing. And then every once in a while, throughout the years, when he would get in the rut about his situation, we cried some more. The man was dear to my heart for real. And if you could see my face, you would know what I mean. He was really special to me. He was a great elder. And he will be missed in the physical form. But like my sister said, he will always be with us in our inward parts, and the memories that we have with him, of him, we can always take with us and share that experience with others. But I know the part that he played in my life, it was a part that no other man has played. And he did it from a distance. He did it from a distance. But we met here in Philadelphia. I don't want to tell you that part about our meetings, but it was a wonderful thing. It was a journey I'll never forget. And he's always been, from that day forward, I guess he was testing me because he said he was. So I guess that's what it was. He had to know if I was real with the Creator, he said. But he never brought that subject up again. And we always been like super close, super close. Whatever he needed, I would do my best to make sure he got. And whatever I needed, he would do his best to make sure I received. You know, he had an open heart for all people. I don't care if you was Muslim. I don't care if you was Christian. I don't care if you was Hebrew. He professed to be a Hebrew Israelite, but if you didn't know he was Hebrew, you wouldn't know. Because he'd be busting it up with the Christians, he busted up with the Muslims, he speak a little bit of Arabic, a little bit of Arabic. He do a little bit of that, but he was a great man. And I pray that the Most High bless his memory and bless his essence, wherever the Most High has allowed his essence to travel to. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Toda.
All praises. Selah.
That was definitely my man, definitely. Can y'all give me a second, please? And then I'll come back on and we can finish up. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right, here we go, here we go. Let's try to get this thing going. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, Miss Parker.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, Mishpachah.
I'm happy to see everyone here. I have a lot of stuff I want to talk to y'all about today. But you know how we normally do things. We have to open up with prayer. We have to open up with prayer. And then after we open up with the prayer, we're going to do some traveling. Okay. So I want to get my, I'll do the Zoom, get all my stuff ready afterwards. But right now, do we have somebody? Brother Yaakov, did you grab somebody for prayer to open us up?
No, I did not.
Would anyone like to open us up for prayer?
I can open us with prayer.
You know what, sis? How about if you close? Would that be okay?
Yes, sir. I can close us with prayer.
All right, I want to open us up. You ready, fam? Most High, great King, Master of all creation, thou who possesses heaven and earth, all life and all souls exist within thee. We come unto you at this time, Father. We ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Thank you, O wonderful King, for the blessings of life, of love, of joy, of happiness, of contention and struggle that you have placed in our lives. Thank you for all that you have done for us to help, to heal, and to console us in our time of need. Thank you for picking us from the midst of so many, for you did not have to choose us to be in an assembly such as this to honor and worship you and give you praise, but yet you saw fit to pull us out from the midst of darkness and open our minds towards your truth and towards your light. For that, we shall ever be grateful and thankful. We ask that you will continue to guide us, Father, for we know that we are imperfect and we have a lot of work to do to clear up this perfection in this lifetime that you have blessed us with. We ask that you would not let us go, but yet hold us forever dear and close to thy spirit, to thy heart, to that understanding, until that day in which we are transformed and made whole. Please, Almighty One, have mercy upon us, for we are all making attempts to strive to do that which we understand to be right and correct in your sight, but yet none of us has the key to it all. None of us knows everything, and none of us are perfect. But you have never used a perfect people to bring about your perfection. You have always used imperfect people beings
but the work you have brought forth has been perfected at their hands. So we thank you. And we know and we acknowledge that you are with us. As you have been with our forefathers of old who have served you, you are with us today, forever being merciful and compassionate, forever blessing us with your power and your might, and forever sending your angels around us to have charge over our safety. We are grateful, Father. We are thankful. And we should totally surrender ourselves to do your will in this lifetime and throughout all eternity. May you be praised, may you be honored and glorified, and may your will be done in the heavens above, in the earth beneath, and in the waters underneath of the earth. Truly you reign supreme. And unto thee, O great King of this day, we honor you. Unto you, we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Ruba. Thank you, Father, for hearing our
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda Abi. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda.
Selah.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a day, what a day, what a wonderful, beautiful Shabbat day. I had a conversation with a brother yesterday. Very interesting conversation, and it kind of like took me back and what I wanted to discuss with the family today. And this conversation was about the morals of Israel. What I mean by the morals, the simplicity of serving his king. A lot of the simple things we don't have in place is what I got from his conversation. He was bringing it to me in the argumentative sense, but I took it in a very different sense. I took it in a sense of to let me see what a lot of work is that's being ignored within the nation in our development toward worshiping and praising the King. We do a lot of simple things and we violate the laws of the Most High, but we do it for comfortability or for our own desire and own sake. And I refuse to hold my tongue. I just have to speak. And if you fit anywhere in these issues, it's not that I'm talking about you, I'm talking to you. And don't even understand that I'm talking to you. And even if I do understand that I'm talking to you, please don't get offended. Just take the message and gravitate and allow it to levitate within you so that you can withdraw from it a greater lesson that will increase your intelligence and your ability to walk right before the Creator. Simple things. Now, the brother that I was speaking to is one of those brothers that's very stringent with the law. He told me that I was in error for talking to my wife on the Shabbat day because we were courting and I asked her to ask her mother something. He took offense to that and said, because you're courting her, you shouldn't be talking to her about ask her mother anything on the Shabbat day. So it's okay. And I'm not going to argue. I'm not one of those who's going to argue with you over silly things. If that's his determination, then that's his determination and it's cool. And I'm not going to argue with him about that. And we have to learn to do that. A lot of times people will say things, but their mind is not being facetious or nasty. Their mind is to really try to help you to get where they think you should be in your walk with the Creator. Like if they think that you are sinning against the Creator, and they speak to you and say, hey, brother, you shouldn't be smoking that ASAP. You shouldn't be smoking that weed. You shouldn't be smoking those cigarettes. And you're a cigarette smoker. Instead of you hearing the message and the brother speaking to you, you get offended. Well, what makes you think you're going to tell me what to do? That's your problem. See, you're always telling people what to do. And that's not right. You know, most of the problems that we have in life is because of the lens that we use to see the situation. And the lenses that we use are often geared toward what we think is right and what we think is wrong, as opposed to taking another direction to view through a different set of lenses, the possibility that what they're saying could be actual and factual. It could save your life. I had a conversation with a young brother one time, and we talked about men beating on women, men hitting women. And my conversation, he was married to my daughter. And I said to him, that's your property. She belongs to you, but you shouldn't put your hands on her. If you ever have to put your hands on your woman, she doesn't need to be your woman any longer. That's just how I feel. You shouldn't have to put your hands on her. And I know Sister Tamar is saying, you know, men don't own women. We don't own nothing in the flesh. We don't, I know what she's saying, because that's my sister when we talk. But this is my understanding. And he says to me, well, if my sister called me, or if somebody called me and tell me that their husband or their man put their hands on him, oh, I'm gonna go see him. I said, well, wait a minute. Now, remember what I'm talking about, fam. I'm talking about people who's giving you advice in a manner that you ignore because you think they're coming at you. And he might have thought I was coming at him because it was my daughter that he was married to. I don't care about that. The important part is how a man learns to treat a woman. And he was a young man. He needed to learn because he never knew. I said, well, wait a minute. That's that man's property. She belongs to him. However he treats her, the best thing you can do is give him advice as to how to treat his wife. But if she called you talking about he hit her, you better mind your business. Unless you call that brother and talk to that brother and get it straight. All that and quote unquote nigger stuff. Oh, I'm gonna go see him. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I said, let that go, man, because you don't know why they're going through what they're going through. And I gave him a scenario of what happened with me with my sister one time. And that's when I learned to mind my business. My sister called me a long time ago, many years ago, about her husband. He smacked her. And I'm young, and I was in the streets back then. So I go see her husband. He all apologetic to me. It's all over. Went to his mom's house to see him. Because back then, I didn't have the mind that I have now. Oh, I'm going to defend my sister Anna. Man, me and that guy fell out because it was just that type of situation. 2 weeks later, him and my sister back together again. As if nothing ever happened. So I learned when I create an enemy, he's an enemy for life. And it's hard to be an enemy of mine. I will overlook, ignore a lot of things that take place just to keep the collaboration between us. Cool. I don't like enemies. They're not good for you. So I told the story to the young man. He was like, oh, I see what you're saying. Went on outside and finished fixing his car. Next week, my daughter called me. He got killed, shot in the head. How did it happen? His sister called him on the phone, told him that her husband or boyfriend, whoever it was, beat her up. He gets a guy that he knew, jump in his car with his gun, the same car he was working on, rode up to the guy's house, walked up to the guy's house, the dude reached out the door and shot him. I'm not professing to be a prophet. All I'm saying is sometimes people give you criticism, they give it to you for a reason. Constructive criticism. And it's all about how you look at it. It's how you see what it is that they're saying to you. Even if they say it nasty, even if they are coming with ill intentions, sometimes you should just reflect upon what's being said, look at it through a different lens, and just examine your character or yourself. We all should have haters. If you don't have haters, then you're not doing something right. And when your haters come to you and they complain, it's not necessarily that your haters are truly off point, because they will be somewhere in the circle of reality and correctness with what's going on with you. They just hate you. But sometimes, not all the time, some of the times, those haters be the ones who speak the reality of you in your life that you should pay attention to sometimes. But we don't. He don't like me, she don't like me, they don't like me. So everything they say is going to be negative against me. And it may be. But now you I had haters come to me one time, and it wasn't too long ago, and said a whole lot of evil and negative things about me, accused me of adultery and a whole lot of other things. You know what I did? Nobody knows this but one person, or Manashim. I sat back and I examined the situation, not the accusations, because I know I didn't do that. It wasn't even true, wasn't real. But I had to get something out of the message that they were bringing forward. It was something there that it had to be, because the Most High wouldn't have let it happen to the level that the Most High let it happen if there wasn't a message in it for me. So I have to humble myself to be able to look through different lenses to grasp the message or a message, because sometimes there'd be multiple messages. But I had to look through a different set of lenses than my regular lenses to see what it is that the Most High is trying to say to me. And what I got out of the message, and before I even continue, I'm letting you know I didn't do anything of that nature. I wasn't guilty. None of that garbage even exists, even come close to me. But the message that I got out of that was, maybe it's something about your sexual desires that you need to bring under control. Maybe it's something about you that you haven't cleansed out of your system. Maybe it's something that you got to work harder at accomplishing and achieving in your life. Not that the haters was right, but sometimes you got to look at the message that's being brought forward, spread it out, compress it, compile it, open it up, dissect it, and find whatever the Most High has for you inside of that message. So what I did was I began a process 3 weeks ago to cleanse myself of any hidden sin or any hidden guilt or anything that might be existing within me that I can't see, that I need to have removed from me. So I had to look internally within myself and ask of the Most High to help me along this process to cleanse myself of things that I might not know are present within me and still holding on to me. You know, sometimes that happens, but you got to be real with yourself, family. We do things in our lives for a reason. Sometimes those reasons are not righteous reasons, but you don't see it because it's not openly known to you that you're filled with something that you don't know. What am I saying? It appears to me through the brother's conversation that I had with the brother that there are things within our midst as a people that when we've been walking this walk for so long, we tend to forget that these things are violations against the laws of the Creator. And what I think we should do sometimes is start from the beginning of the book and read through consistently every week and have those laws explained to us. For example, one law is that a woman should not, when she's on her nida, her menstrual cycle, she should be separated from her husband when she's on her menstrual cycle. The woman is supposed to be set apart for 8 days. 7 days in completion equal 8 days. Well, a lot of us in Israel don't do that. We don't separate from our women for those 8 days. We still cohabit with our women. We sleep in the bed with our women. Anything they sit upon becomes unclean. We'll sit on it willfully. We'll participate in that matter. And we still get up at night and make prayer to the Creator, even though we didn't take a bath, to make any efforts to try to be ritually clean before the Creator, knowing that we're unclean, and still go before the Most High and call upon Him. That's something that we shouldn't do. We, in our right minds, if we are striving to be as perfect before the Creator as we can, we should adjust that behavior. If we know that our Isha is unclean by reason of Hanida, Talmeh is the Hebrew word for unclean, Talmeh. Hanida is a particular type of uncleanness, meaning that her blood flow is releasing from her purification period. We all know what it is. I ain't got to get into that. But that's what Nida means, okay? When your wife or your Isha or your whew, concubine or sister or mother or whatever she might be, when she's on that time of the month, you're not supposed to sit where she sit. You're not supposed to touch her. You know, there's a lot of things that you shouldn't do. Me, myself, I go as far as not allowing her to prepare my food. So it's like a vacation time for her. But a lot of men, as we grow in this way of life, and a lot of women, oh, he's not in law, he's not in Torah, so I don't have to keep this law, but you do. And again, I'm not trying to offend anyone through this duration, but this is needed and necessary in order for us to correct what we've done or what we're presently doing that is scripturally sound against the laws of the Creator, but yet we do it. We will never get it right until we go back to the beginnings and start over. So this is what I'm saying. We shouldn't do that. Another one is the violations of the Shabbat as far as working. Many of us know we shouldn't be working on the Shabbat. And if we wasn't working on the Shabbat, why are we spending money and doing business on the Shabbat? These are things that we know. These are elementary things, the first things you learn when you come into this way of life. But yet we'll move it aside for accommodation, for convenience. Well, if I don't get this today, I won't be able to get it any other day. I want this, Prince. I'm going to spend that money. I got to go get it. Or my boss is telling me I got to come to work. Well, did you give your boss a letter of exemption for the Shabbat so you don't have to work on the Shabbat? The answer is no. Most of the time, you don't even try and attempt to get the Shabbat day off. You just accommodate those people because the only thing you see is that you need to make money. We're in a land of captivity. And in the land of captivity, you got to do what you got to do for survival. Well, when you say what you got to do, the Most High is what you got to do. That's the only thing that you have to do. Nothing else. Well, Princeton, what am I supposed to do? Quit my job? If you have to, quit. And I'm going to look in your face and I'm going to just tell you, if you have to, quit. But before you quit, you try every opportunity you can. You exhaust every avenue that you can possibly come up with to get the Shabbat day off. And most jobs that I've learned will give you Saturday off. You just got to challenge it. You just got to challenge it and stand on it. See, a lot of people know that you're going to fold. So what they do is they tell you, no, you got to be here. And you never challenge it. And what you do is you end up thinking you're worshiping the Creator, but because your essence, and I need you to understand this, anytime you know that you're violating the laws of the Creator, there's no way that you can feel comfortable going before Him. There's no way. And I'm talking about violating the laws knowingly and willingly without any other method and procedure of trying to correct your behavior. There's no reason for you to go before the Creator for anything because you haven't gotten yourself in proper alignment yet. So if you're sitting down with your wife, she's unclean, that's a violation of the law. And if you think it's okay for you to do and still make prayer to the Creator and worship the Creator and come to Shabbat class and you're unclean, you're in violation. If you're going out on the Shabbat day, let's say we're taking a trip. My Isha, Autumn, she traveled back home last night to Ohio yesterday before Shabbat. She left here about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's an 8-hour journey. She should have made it before Shabbat came in, but she stopped a little bit and all that type of stuff. So she's on the road. She's calling me. And my message to her was fill up with gas right before you look in the sky, you see the Shabbat coming. It's right there. Go fill up your tank. That way you won't run out of gas. Creator willing, you won't run out of gas. The truck she took burns a lot of gas. So she gets on a journey. She gets her last fill up. She gets on the road. She's out. She made it before Shabbat. She made it after Shabbat, but Shabbat was already here, meaning the sun was down Friday night, but yet she didn't have to buy no more gas. She had to pay no tolls. She had to do nothing. She was through all that, so she was cool. And all I could do was thank the Most High that she didn't have to either pull on the side of the road, get somebody to come get her, or violate the Shabbat day just so she would be So I'm grateful and I'm thankful. I prayed to the Most High that she would make it and wouldn't have to violate the Shabbat. And she did make it. And when look, when I last talked to her, she said she had 3 hours to go on one tank of gas. Let me show you how powerful the king is. She had 3 hours to go on one tank of gas in a truck. She took my truck in a truck that burns about 10 miles per gallon. It's a 26-gallon tank. She filled it up and she drove 3 hours. That's at least 250 miles. And my truck don't get but 200 miles before you got to fill it up again on the highway. And she made a 3-hour ride, almost 300 miles on one in 3 hours on one full tank. And I ain't never heard my truck ever doing that. I'd have drove my truck more places if that was the case. But it's because we asked the Most High to bless us. And he gave us the blessing. And when she called me, guess what? She only burnt a quarter tank of gas. How is that possible? That's what she said. She told me, look, this is all I burnt. I said, huh? How many minutes you got left? She said, I got 9 minutes left. And she didn't even burn a half a tank. 3-hour ride. How is that possible? Somebody make that make sense to me. And I know you all saying, no, Prince, that couldn't have happened. But I'm telling you, this king is awesome. Put your trust in him and see what he does. He will reward you. He will surprise you. He will make things happen that you thought was impossible. But because we give into our own desires more than we give into the desires of the Most High, we have grown accustomed to not putting our trust in him and fearing the oppressor more than we fear the maker. And that's not how it's supposed to be. On the Shabbat day, you're not supposed to be spending money. And a lot of us do that. Well, don't nobody know. Ain't nobody seeing me. Ain't nobody with me. I'm going to spend this money. No, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to conduct any business on the Shabbat day. Remember who you are and who you belong to. Remember those things. And he sees everything. He knows everything. And then as soon as something happens, you want to cry out to him for help. Why? When he asks you to do simple things, but because of your desires, you choose not to do those things. And you can't say, oh, I didn't know. You do know. But when are you going to get real with him and give him the best of you? It's all about the sacrifices that you make in this life that the Most High will turn and reward you for those things. What I mean by that? There are millions of people who don't worship the Creator and they get blessed every day. They do. But you who know the Creator, you'll still get blessed in provisions, but it's nowhere on the magnitude that he would bless you if you did right. You'd be like, yeah, my life is cool. I'm all right. I got a job. I got a husband. I got a wife. I got a couple dollars in my pocket. Well, if a bad storm comes, you ain't got no money. If a car accident comes, you ain't got no husband or no wife. It is the Most High who keeps you from those things for the duration of your time. Not that those things could never happen, even if you worship the Creator, but the chances are they won't happen. That's his promise to you. So even if you got, oh, I got 15,000 stacked up in my bank account. If you did right by the Creator, you will have 1 million in your bank account stacked up. Do y'all understand the psychology that I'm trying to use here? What I'm trying to explain to you? Some of us get comfortable in our own skin, not even realizing that we are not the masters of our own skin. The Most High is the master. And if he chooses to turn your skin from black to white, like he did Miriam, to show you that you don't even control your own skin, he'll do that. Therefore, we have to learn to give him the best of us in sincerity and in honesty, and walk before him with a perfect spirit in our integrity, which means that we're not willingly violating the laws of the Most High. There's a law in the scripture that says, thou should not call thyself to have tattoos. Thou should not print markings upon thyself, tattoos on thyself. And then there's another place where it says you shouldn't do it for the dead. I got Israelite brothers, teachers in this way, been in this way most of their lives. They've been in this way longer of their lives that they were alive. They've been alive in this law longer than they've been alive in the streets. At the age of 8, they've been introduced to the Most High, and now they might be 40, 41, 42 years old. So they've been walking this way since the age of 8 years old, and they know we're not to get tattoos. So why does him and his wife have tattoos? And he's a teacher in Israel. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? We sometimes, most of the time, not sometimes, most of the time, we do things that we know we're not supposed to do in this way of life, but we're very judgmental on everyone else. And we all are full of sin. Every one of us. There's none of us here that's perfect. None of us. Some sins are greater than the other, but I tell you what, that man's greatest sin, let's say that man committed murder. Somebody came out and attacked him and he shot him. That ain't even murder, that's dead. He just killed him. So that's a bad thing for us that he killed him. But then you go out and get a tattoo knowing you're not supposed to. This man wasn't in this way of life. You're in this way of life. This man doesn't know the Creator. You know the Creator. You know you're not supposed to do this. So who sin is actually greater? Because you know better. But we look at abominable things that we do to the Creator as if they're nothing, because we have conditioned our minds to live in a state of existence that we have accepted sin in our lives and call it ordinary. There's another law that says, thou shalt not cause baldness upon thy head. No Israelite man should be walking around with a bald head intentionally. No Israelite. That's the commandment of the Creator. But then we got brothers who would justify why they shave their heads. I had one brother one time, Moray, what was his name? I'll call him Moray. That's his name, Moray, but Naphtali, Moray Naphtali. At Temple Kifarim, he was my right-hand man. He stayed there, he taught, we taught, everything. But Moray would always have a bald head. And I asked Moray one time, why do you shave your hair bald? You know what he told me? He said, because I was getting bald right here, so I just shaved it all off because I don't like the embarrassment of what it looks like having a little bald patch right there. My thing is, why do we do these things for convenience? To look good for the world. If that's the case, then wear a kippah all the time. Shave it down as close as you can without causing baldness on your head, and just put a kippah on. The problem is bald heads is in. Bald head for a man is a slick, sexy thing. Women like to rub the bald head. So the men want to look sexy for the women, they bald their heads. They'll get a little bald spot in their head. First thing they do, they shave it all, take it all off. If the Most High wanted you to be bald, he would have gave you alopecia. And then you wouldn't have to worry about no hair. None. This little raggedy beard I got on my face. Man, I'd be so embarrassed with this beard. You should see me brushing it, trying to comb it out. Y'all brothers grow great beards. A lot of brothers in Israel, long beards. That's my embarrassment. Because my beard grows scraggly all over the place, little peas all up in my nose. I gotta ride, my wife be like, why do you always comb your, because I got a complex, because they used to tease me in the temple, you raggedy beard. So now I ride around with a comb and I'm always trying to comb it. And then my wives, when I hurt my feelings, they talk about my beard. I'll be like, oh, they even got the nerve to go out and get me special cream and special oil to rub on my face to help my beard grow. It ain't working. But I have learned to accept who I am and what the Most High has blessed me with. This is my shame when it comes to being a man. Manliness, lions, they got that in their face. It looks so masculine. And I gotta walk around looking almost like a female. Because my joint just raggedy. It just looks so bad. You know what I mean? But I'm cool with that. Just before I have class, I brush it. Brush it up. And try to make it look the best it can look. But I accept what the Most High has given me. I don't allow the desires of the world to influence my behavior when it comes to keeping this law.
just a few things that we do in Israel that we know we shouldn't do. Another one is gossip. If you tell the truth about a matter, it's not gossip. But when you don't know, you haven't investigated to substantiate what you're saying to be truthful, then yes, it's gossip. And you heard it from this person, who heard it from that person, who heard it from that person, and that person heard it from this person, and that person heard, and now they're hearing it from you. That's what the Most High is talking about. You shouldn't do that. But all of our people, we have that problem. So this brother I was talking to says to me, people don't want to keep the law. And I'm not going to argue with him about it, because obviously people don't want to keep the law. We know what the law says, but for our own personal pleasure, we come up with excuses while we don't do what we know the Most High says for us to do. And I'm not saying anything difficult. I'm not saying anything that's going to hurt or bend or break you to make you do what's thus saith the Most High. I'm talking about simple things. Women. We got so many women come to Israel that don't even want to be a part of Israel. Why? Because when they come into the assembly, other women so worried about them trying to take their man. Why is that? Why are you worried about some sister who come here to learn about the Creator, who put her life in your hands for you to teach her and educate and be a sister to her, but you worried about her trying to take your man? Why? And even if she is trying to take your man, even if she is, outdo her. And then you ain't got to worry about your man going nowhere. Because if you a bum, he need to be taken away from you. If you ain't doing your job as a wife, he need to be taken away from you. But I'm talking about the righteous sisters in Israel. Y'all all on point. Y'all is the best that y'all can possibly be. So you ain't got to worry about your man going away, because you're doing the best you can anyway. But why are you worried about somebody coming in to take? You know why you worry about somebody coming in to take? It's a sign of insecurity. Either you're insecure within yourself, or you're insecure in the weak man or male that you got as a husband. One or the other. You should never fear. If you're on point and you're doing everything in your ability to worship this King and to serve the Creator, if you're doing everything you can possibly do within your power to serve the Father and give him the best of you, you ain't never got to worry about nobody taking your man. Because if a woman comes in and take your man, then he wasn't your man. He wasn't meant for you. That means the Creator got something better in store for you. But if you're doing everything and that is your man, you ain't got to worry about nobody taking it in. He might come in and add, she might come in and add to your relationship. But even if that's the case, that's not your focus. You are to befriend that sister. Give her the love, the respect, and the opportunity that every individual deserves in this way of life. It's so deep in our blood. It's buried in our DNA, and we got to unlock it in our DNA. But what we did in our DNA, what was in our DNA? If a stranger came to town, we would fight other people to get that stranger to be with us so we can help protect and bless that stranger so that the Most High will bless and protect us. We didn't let strangers walk through our city and we just turned our backs and said, I don't know him. Get out of here. You ain't coming to my house. No, we didn't do that. We made sure strangers was cool. We made sure that the visitors was taken care of. If a visitor comes to your house, he should eat before you. His plate should be bigger than your plate. Me and my uncle sitting down at the table. My wife go in the kitchen and make some food. She gave me 3 string beans, a potato, and a little bit of vegan macaroni and cheese. That little bit, my plate about this size. My uncle plate is like this. So I look over at my uncle. This is a real life situation. I look over at my uncle and say, oh, you see how my wife treat me? Look at this little bit of food she gave me and look at all this food he gave you. He said, because I'm greedier than you. It's supposed to be that way. When you have visitors, when you have, especially people you don't know, you're supposed to bend over backward. They call it the hospitality of Abraham. That's what they call it. You got a visitor from another state that come into your city or your state, they should have to pay for nothing if you're able. Now, if you're not able, then you're not able. But if you're able, they shouldn't have to want for nothing. If you got a room in your house And you know those brothers from the Knesset around the corner, up the block, down the street, in the next state, wherever. Yo, bro, y'all can stay right here. You ain't gotta go to no hotel. If your house can accommodate that, you know, if your house can accommodate that, the people should always be treated. You gotta have this mind state. The people should always be treated well, so that when they're finished, the example that you set from them is that you care for them. You know, you're there to provide for them. You're going out of your way to make sure that they're comfortable, that they're safe. Now, a lot of people wouldn't give up their bed. I think the bed is sacred. I wouldn't give up my bed either, unless it's somebody that's connected to me in a different way. But I wouldn't want to give up my bed either. And it's only because the bed to me is sacred. But I'll go buy your bed and put it in the back room, or downstairs in the living room, or you can sleep on my couch. But I can't give you my bed because I wouldn't want you strangers or other people that don't belong to me laying in my bed. It's just how I am. It's just me. But anything else I got is yours. You ain't gotta ask me, can you cook? That's your refrigerator. Go in there and cook it. I mean this, for real, for real. This is how we have to be. Strangers are supposed to be taken care of by us. Our ancestors did it, but today, because of so many things taking place, and I'm not talking about complete strangers that just walking down the street lost, even though you can take care of them too, but you'll find a more safe way to take care of them. Because you don't want to put your life in jeopardy and somebody taking your life because you was being hospitable to them. So if you own property, you might put them in one of those properties down the street just to give them a place to sleep and live and refresh themselves. You know, or you might put them up in a hotel somewhere to give them the opportunity, but you never let a person come into your midst, into your town, into your city, and you don't extend the opportunity for them to have a good time, a good life while in your city or in your town or in your home. We have to learn that. Most of the time, you got to keep asking, you want something to drink? You want something to eat? You tired? You want to sleep? You all right? You have to continuously do that because people won't tell you what they really need at first chance. Sometimes you got to dig a little bit deep. So these laws that I'm speaking of are things that we have to begin to do as a people. We should learn to do as a people, and we should incorporate these teachings in our lives and teach our children to do the same. These are just a few things that I mentioned. Nobody knows you like you. You know where your shortcomings are when it comes to the law. Another one that was mentioned to me was lying. Liars. You know, in Israel today, we do a lot of lying. And because we think it's a small lie, it don't matter. But the Most High says you shouldn't lie one to another. He ain't tell you what you got to do to the police. You do what you got to do. I'm not going to tell you that. You do what you got to do with the police. When it comes to that, if that's what you do, that's what you do. But he commands us not to lie one to another. And a lot of us sometimes lie just to win the favor of the person that we're lying for. Because we don't know what's going to happen or what situation they're going to be in, or to support their cause. We will lie. And that's not good. It's best you just keep your mouth shut than to lie. I had a conversation with a young brother. Matter of fact, a young brother, I didn't send him the invite today. That's probably why he's not on the call. But the young brother that was here with us a little while ago, I get a chance, I'm gonna scroll down here until I see his name, and I'm gonna try to resend his invite just to remind him of the call today. So the young brother that was here on the call with us, he we was having conversation about him and his wife, a young lady he just recently met. Well, he didn't just meet her, but they just got together as husband and wife. And no, this is not the one. Is this what day is this? Tuesday? No, it's the Shabbat. Can somebody text me the link real quick? Can somebody text me the link real quick for the class for today? And that way I can just send it right out to them.
rather than me searching for it. Somebody who has it, just text it. Okay. He was asking me about his wife, this young lady, not his wife, but the woman that he took to himself as a girlfriend, so he says, okay? And what I did was, no, babe, I need the link. I need someone to text me the whole link, say tomorrow, the Shabbat class with the Zoom link in the room and everything. There you go. Okay, here it is. Thank you, Sister Leah. So that's it. So what happened is he asked me about his wife, a girlfriend that he has, that he wants to make his wife. That's what he was asking me about. And my whole conversation with him that lasted for a good 45 minutes to an hour was about honesty. It was about being honest with your woman, no matter what. Just tell her the truth. It doesn't matter what the repercussions are. It doesn't matter what you're trying not to let her know. Either you don't say nothing, but if you say anything, you tell her the truth, the absolute truth. There's no reason to lie. Thank you, Sister Adina. No matter what, you be honest with your mate, your husband, your wife, complete honesty. Do not be a liar. Once you're found out to be a liar, it's very hard to get that trust back in a person. And you never know the type of trust that an individual has in you until they catch you in a lie. Your whole relationship after them is totally different because they can't trust you. They can't look at you the same. So brothers, sisters, I beg of you, never lie to people that you care about, people that you love, people that's Israel, people that the Most High says for you not to lie. Get in the habit of not lying. Even to strangers, do your very best not to lie. And if you feel compelled to lie, just don't say nothing. Just tell them, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to answer that. Even in the court of law, they give you that option. Just tell them, I don't want to answer that, or I'll plead the fifth. But do not be known as a liar. Don't let that go down in history. And if you're in a relationship on that level where you feel dear in your heart for that individuals feel dear in their heart towards you, do not lie to them, ever. And I explained that to him. He said he understood, but time is the true teller of all things. Time, the true teller of all things. So these are just some of the things that we do as a people in Israel that me and the brother had in discussions about our people. And it caused me to realize that we have to go back to the beginnings of things to cover these laws, just to magnify it so that it sits in the mind of people. A lot of people think it's nothing to wear clothes that's not 100%. If it was nothing, the Most High wouldn't have mentioned it in the law. Your clothes, the fabrics that you put on your body should be 100% natural material. So we had a sister who did a study on this, one of my nieces, Lena. Some of you may know her. She's a singer. She sings real good, real well. She'd be all over singing. And she did a study on it, and I had a lesson on it one day, and she presents her study, her research to me. And she taught me this, and I'm thankful that she taught me this. She sent me what's that called? A lecture that somebody did on cotton, wool, and linen. You are familiar with frequencies, correct? You do know that everything has a frequency. Everything vibrates at different levels and different frequencies. Cotton, wool, and linen will all vibrate at the highest levels of frequency of material. Polyester, acrylic, all those things vibrate at a lower frequency. The human body vibrates at a certain frequency. And if you bring those clothes or those garments made out of those polyesters, acrylic, somebody said 100% polyester is cool because it's 100% polyester. No, it's not. Polyester is plastic. Acrylic, those things are not good for you. You should not wear clothes that have those things in them. I'm not talking about spandex. Spandex is so things will stretch, so things will move. Now, that type of thing, sometimes it serves a purpose. If you can get clothes without spandex in it, then get it. But if you go to your very last option and it's 90% cotton, 2%, 3% spandex, then I'm not going to tell you not to buy that because that might be the only option in the world that we're living in. But if you go with 60% polyester, 40% cotton, then you got an issue. Whatever you wear, whatever fabrics you bring on your body should be 100% raw natural fabrics. Cotton, wool, linen, or silk. Any of those things are what your garments should be made out of. Your hair wraps should be made out of. The clothes you wear should be made out of. I would say the things that are closest to your body should be made out of those things. According to law, those are the things you're supposed to wear. Things that are natural. Flax. Flax is it's not cotton, it's flax. But these are the type. Velvet is real velvet is actually cotton. You get those little velvet where you can move it like this right here. It's actually 100% cotton. So these things are the type of fabrics that we're supposed to wear. But when we get in Israel so long, we've been teaching Torah. I'm a Torah teacher. My name is Moray Kez. Look at me. And I got on alligator shoes, snakeskin shoes. I'm in violation of the law. I had a priest, a Kohen, who wore alligator shoes, crocodile shoes. And you're in violation of the law. And if you do have leather, you should make sure that that leather is of a clean animal because they make leather out of any animal. They can make leather hide out of pig skin. Footballs is leather, but they're pig skin. Well, they used to be. I heard they changed it now because people protested in the NFL. So I was told that they changed it. I don't know. I didn't do the research. So I guess I'm gossiping because I don't know. But you're supposed to wear 100% natural fabrics. And a lot of people do not do that. We got somebody on the call with the last three numbers, 55359. Would you identify yourself, please?
Shabbat shalom. It's Ima Hadassah.
Hey, shalom. Shabbat shalom. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
All right.
Everybody in the family.
I'm gonna mess with you. Better late than never, huh?
Hallelujah.
You ain't smiling? You're supposed to smile. You be like, yeah, Prince. All right, whatever.
Hallelujah.
Shabbat shalom, sis. It's good to hear your voice. We're talking about some of the things that the Most High has placed in our lives for us to do, that after we've been in Israel for so long, we forget to do those things, or we conveniently forget to do these things. And right now we're covering a portion about the clothing that we wear. All of our clothes are supposed to be 100% natural fabrics. If you wear a tabboulin, a hair wrap around your head, you wear a garb top, you wear even down to your socks and your underwear, should be 100% natural fabric. And women, I know y'all can contest to this. Cotton underwear allows your body to breathe differently. You breathe, you absorb it. The vibration of these things has an effect with your vibration that you don't even understand. And these are the type of things that we have to incorporate back into our lives, learning to do what thus saith the Creator. For years, I had garbs. I had garbs that I thought was 100% cotton that I found out wasn't, that I had to get rid of. And how you can tell sometimes? Put the iron on them. When you iron them, put that iron on that cotton setting, and it'll start sticking to the garment. Then you know that garment is not 100% cotton, if you can't see the label. So I brought that up just so that we can go back to the basics. A man should have a beard on his face. Look at that. It can be scraggly like mine. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It can be scraggly like mine. It doesn't matter. He must have a beard. He should have a beard if he can grow a beard. If he can't grow a beard, then he can't grow it. But if he can, he should have a beard. You should not shave your beard, your face, or the corners of your hair. When brothers, when we go get our haircuts, we're not supposed to get shape ups. No man, no woman should be getting shape ups and outlining all they cut and the details of their face. Why? Don't say face, it say head. So no man should be getting those shape ups on their face, their heads. It's a violation against the laws of the Creator. The Jewish man take and let those little things grow, and they call that not cutting the corners of your head. But the Creator is speaking about the corners, the borders, the outlines. You're not supposed to cut them, shape them up. You're not supposed to. That's the law. You're not supposed to get tattoo markings on your body. That's the law. You're not supposed to spend money on the Shabbat day. That's the law. You're not supposed to sit where a mistress woman sits or lay where a mistress woman lay. You're not supposed to touch a mistress woman. That's the law. If you and your husband are having intercourse and your husband ejaculates, whatever that ejaculation gets on, it's unclean until sunset. But before sunset, you're supposed to bathe, wash, take a shower, cover yourself completely in water. And then when the sun goes down that day, then you're cool. See, a lot of these things we take for granted, but yet we say we want to be right before the Creator. These are the things that we have to do to begin to return back to the Most High. And then we can approach Him in prayer and supplication, ask for remission of our sins, ask that He will be with us and guide us, help us, and protect us. Then we can do that. But so many of us, we just take it for granted and we just do it anyway, the way we see fit. And that's not good. Yes. You're right, sis. Animal frequencies. Plants and animal have frequencies. That's absolutely correct. All right. So I'm going to take this time now to take question and answers. But before I do so, I just want to introduce my brother, Alaya, who's on the line. Shabbat shalom, Mikey.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
I was going to say something else, but since the last person I said it to gave me a negative tone, my sister Irma, I ain't going to say it to you, and I'm going to try to stop saying it to people because people get getting upset when I tell them how late they are. But I don't want to mention it to you, so I'm going to leave it alone, okay?
I'm just tired. I just had my babies overnight.
Okay, well, that's a blessing to be able to do that, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. All right. I have some things I want to for us to read today. But before we read, I want to know if there are any questions, if anyone have any questions. And I'm going to get the reading, the chapter together while we do the question and answer. So does anyone have any questions? No questions?
I have one issue.
Go ahead, sis. Isha. What's your question?
Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about the frequencies that the frequencies from the fabrics, and try to I think I understand what you mean. I just want to, can you elaborate on it more and why that's important for our bodies?
Well, the first thing why it's important because the Creator tell you to do it. That's the very first thing why it's important. But your body vibrates at a certain frequencies, what gives you the consistency of your flesh, the mental thinking of your mind, the pulsation of your heartbeat. It stimulates the rhythm of your body in a healthy way. Anything that you add to your frequency should be a healthy frequency within itself. It increases your frequency. But when you add something negative to a positive, it takes away from the positive to that degree, spiritually. And this is why the Father doesn't want us wearing fabric that is mingled with other things. natural fabrics, cotton, wool, linen, and silk, they all have a higher level of vibration than acrylic and polyester. So the frequency that they have relates to the frequency of yours. Frequency deals with the vibration. Everything in existence vibrates. You might can't see it, but everything in existence vibrates. Everything has a frequency. The lower frequencies take away from your frequencies when you add them to yourself. That's why certain foods you eat, you shouldn't eat, because they don't have the frequency that you need to bring healing to your body. A lot of people don't understand that, but it's true. When you get into the fact of man-made foods, genetically modified foods, they have a different frequency than naturally grown foods, organic foods. And those are the types of foods you should want to consume, because it mixes better with your frequency and it helps to elevate your frequency as opposed to taking away from your frequency. Negative people, think about that for a minute. Negative people that you bring in your circle takes away from your frequency. When you're conversating in sin, it takes away from your frequency. You actually digress as opposed to progressing. You follow me? But you can all look it up on the internet and they'll tell you about the frequency of wool, linen, cotton, silk. They'll tell you about those frequencies. And then they can elaborate a lot more on it and give you a whole lot of understanding that I don't have. I can talk about the spiritual realm and those things and that how it affects you that way, but they may be able to go into other areas, not even knowing that they're feeding you information about your spirituality. All right? So are there any other questions? I mean,
Shalom, if I may.
yes, sis. Oh, hold 1 second, sis. 1 second. Ishi, did you have any more questions? Does that satisfy your question, Ishi?
Kane, Toda.
All right, Toda Rabah. Come on, sis, bring the news. Let us know.
So to help with Autumn's question, I also did some of that research. What happens is when you have plant frequencies and then you have animal frequencies, you should not wear the animal and the plant frequencies together, one, because they cancel out one another, which ends up leaving you sick if it's on your body. There are some plant frequencies that should also not be combined. Polyester literally does come from two different places. Part of it is animal, part of it is animal, which comes from old fossil fuel, and the other part of it comes from plant. So that's how the situation comes why you should not wear polyester per se, because it is a combined combination of those two frequencies. That's why when you'll hear people say, oh, the best sheets to sleep on are either 100% silk, which come from worms, which are animal frequency, or 100% cotton, which are plant frequency. When we get sick, they say you should have cotton frequency or cotton fibers on your bed because it helps to raise your body frequency. But Autumn, what Prince was saying is yes, do the research. I do have quite a bit of it, and I can share that with you at a later date. So
You're supposed to keep talking, sis. You're supposed to keep talking till I come back, sis.
oh, my bad, you didn't tell me you was rolling out. Okay, so it's raining and the Most High is watering the
Hallelujah.
plants so we can get beautiful fabrics and the sheep and ordering the sheep so we can have the wool fabric. Yeah, there you go. You back?
Thank you, sis.
Good
Thank
job.
you, Sis Mariah.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, my brother Yaakov from Florida.
Yeah, shalom. Frequency it's an analog signal. So, and the reason why I have to say analog because nature is analog. AI, for example, is what they call
Artificial.
digital. So we have sound waves. So when you talk about frequency, we talk about resonate. So sound is important. So there's a 44,000 megahertz frequency that everything operates. We listen to music and the clothes vibrate coming from nature, coming from the soil. So when the sunlight hits our clothes especially, it helps our respiration. So that's one of our systems of our bodies. So respiration, perspiration. When you're sick, they put you on a linen sheet, which comes from, it's a type of cotton. There's different type of cotton. We have some that grow actually around the corner. It looked like a big avocado. But anyway, there's fine linen and they're different linen, but the clothes do make a difference. And for example, when you use polyester, poly just means more than one. It's just a numerical thing, numbers. But they also add pig fat to cure the some of the clothes. So it's important because a lot of the clothes today are rated by SPF. They're designed for not us. They're designed for other people. So you talk about spandex. If you take some of these clothes, they're not cotton. They have something called SPF rating, usually 50. To block the UV light, UVB, A, and C from the European skin, the phenomelanin and the eumelanin. So you remember the clothes to that, they're designed for certain people too. So we have to keep nature, things natural as the creator made it, because it's for our health and overall wellness. Just like you said, the food. Colors vibrate on the ultraviolet light. So that's how the body can assimilate the food better than some. Okay, so we do have to look it up sometime, but we have to be very careful where we go for the information. It's important that we collect all this information and kind of put it together so we can learn why we wear certain colors, why we wear violet. Roses are red, violet is blue, like the colors. When you hear blue, it's not talking about the blue we use around here. That's not the blue, it's a violet color because it's on our UV light spectrum. So that's why we certain colors we use to on our clothes also. So I just want to make that point. Some of those colors come natural when you use certain dyes.
This is what I love when you got the right people. See how my sister got up and took it even further than when I took it? Then the brother get up and take it even further than the both of us take it? This is what I love. That's why we gotta do this thing, y'all. We have to, because everybody got a little part to this puzzle. Don't know one person can do everything and know everything, but collectively, we have a whole plethora of information. And we have to remember that. That's why it's important that we work together. I give you what I can give you, and I'm exhausted. I can't give you anymore. I gotta tell you, go look it up for yourself, because maybe the people on the news could give you a little bit more information. My sister got in, jumped in, said, yo, I got you, bro, sit down. Bro sat down, and she just took it to another level. And then the other brother said, well, I got the other side of that. And he brings the other side. Anybody else got some more they want to talk about? But that's how it is. That's right. That's how it is. And I love when our people work together to bring about oneness and unity. It's a beautiful thing. Ain't nothing like it. So let's move on. Are there any other questions before we go on to our lesson?
I just wanted to make a quick ending to what you all are saying, is that the way that the Creator has shown me is that everything is alive, everything is living. Nothing that's really dead.
You're right. Everything.
Alive.
Everything is alive. And also, just so y'all all know, everything has a spirit. Oh, Prince, here you go. I'm telling you, everything in existence has a spirit. Everything. And don't think that it doesn't. All right? So we can have that conversation another day. Are there any other questions? Any other concerns? That's right. Everything has a spirit. Oh, my brother Yaakov, you mentioned something in the chat, but you didn't elaborate on it about the hemp plant.
Yeah, the hemp plant is an ancient plant. They don't mention it too much, just like they don't mention drums, because if you mention those things when they transliterate, you know exactly what they're talking about, at least. So you know the region. Hemp has been around a long time. They have Indian hemp here, but hemp is used to make sackcloth, rope, and it's also a natural use for fabric also. Hemp and linseed is what they made, and flaxseed. Remember, the seeds coming from a plant, which is, again, from nature, from the creation. So that's why those things are 100%, those materials are used for many things. They made baskets with it, but they made clothes also with hemp. and they make rope and different things. So that's also another one. They're not going to mention certain things. Just remember that. They're just not going to mention it. You have to do your own research and know the longitude and latitude and the environment. There's certain things grow. They will not mention drums in the scripture, but it's in there. I think it's called timbrels, for example. And hemp is in there also. When you look at sackcloth, a lot of time is made from hemp, because hemp was part of us indigenous peoples and our region.
All right, very well. Thank you for that. All right, so let's go, fam. What I would like to do is have us, well, first, let me make sure. Are there any other questions? If there are any other questions, now is the time to present them. All right, can I get you all to open your books to the book of Daniel, the 4th chapter? Open your scriptures up to the book of Daniel, it's the 4th chapter. Do I have anybody that would like to volunteer to read today? Anyone? Who's that? Okay, Ishi. Ima, you got it. All right. So we're going to read the 4th chapter of Daniel's. Sis, would I be able to work this thing, or?
Yes, I'll make you host.
So that way, people who don't have a scripture, I could, they can read off of mine. They could do a little cheating, I guess, the convenient way. Because some people are on the phone, some people might not have scriptures with them. And all right, so we're going to see if we can share the screen now. Give me a second, please. You ready? Let's go. Here we go. All right. All right, can everyone see my screen?
Okay.
All right, so let's go, Ima.
Okay, we're in the book of Daniel, chapter 4, verse 1. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and imaginings upon my bed and the visions of my head affrighted me. Therefore made I a decree to bring in all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known unto me the interpretation of the dream.
Now let's stop for a second.
Then came in the
Amy, can you hear me? All right, hold on for a second.
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar. His name has a meaning, Nebuchadnezzar. And I forget what his name means, but somebody can look it up for us. I forget what his name means. Nebuchadnezzar. I know Zar means king, because that's in my name, Kizaridar, king. I know that's what it means, kings or ruler. And Nebu has the meaning. Nebu, I think Nebu is the deity that they worship. I believe it is. So I don't remember exactly what it was, so I'm not going to attempt to do it any further because I don't want to.
It says Nebo, to protect the boundary. And he's the son and successor of Nabopolassar.
His father?
So the beginning says, yes.
Okay, his father was named Nebo?
No, it says Nebuchadnezzar, Nebo, protect the boundary. Nebo, the beginning of his name, means protect the boundary.
So does it?
And then it says he's the.
Does it mean Nebu meant protector of the boundary or to protect the boundary?
It just says protect the boundary. It doesn't give the adjective to it.
Yeah, I thought Nebu was the name of a deity, but you can look it up. I could be wrong, I could be mistaken. It's been a long time since I looked up the definition of his name. But go ahead, what was the rest of it, Amy?
Oh, it was just saying that he's the son and successor of Nabopolassar, and for 43 years, monarch of the Babylonian Empire. And it gives the years.
All right. So Nebuchadnezzar.
I mean, it's a lot.
It's fine. Thank you. Nebuchadnezzar was actually the king of Babylon. And he was the king that the Creator chose to bring Judah down to his feet. He took a lot of captives out of Judea and brought them into Babylon where they lived. And this is how, you ever heard of the 3 Hebrew boys? They came from that captivity along with Daniel. Through Nebuchadnezzar seizing Judah and causing us to become his servants, okay? Now, Nebuchadnezzar, the king unto all the people, nations, and languages that dwell in the earth. His region, his span was vast. He was a king over a lot of the territory within the earth. And one day he's going to stand on his balcony and give glory and honor and praise to himself in acknowledgement for all that he himself have accomplished. This lesson is being done today for a reason. And I want you to be mindful of what Nebuchadnezzar did so that you yourself don't become as Nebuchadnezzar did in his time and think that you yourself controls the difference or the happenings within your life that are really out of your control. You put forth effort to go to work every day. You got a job, you go to work, therefore you are controlling your destiny in your own mind. But in reality, you're not. You're only living out the attempts that you're making to live out, but the Creator is the true controller, or rather you even get out that bed. Whether your water is working, whether your lights come on, whether you got clothes in your closet, whether you make it to work or not. The Creator is the real one that's in control, although you are going through the motions. So everything, therefore, that you do is a blessing. But what happens is, as we receive these blessings so much in our lives, we forget that they're blessings. And we start looking for these major things to consider those to be blessings, as opposed to acknowledging all the simplicity of life that the Most High blesses us with all day, every day. Nebuchadnezzar forgot. The important thing is that we don't forget. Let's read on. Now I want to break this down first before you read. It says, peace be multiplied unto you. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high Elohim have wrought toward me. Nebuchadnezzar is speaking. How great are his signs and how mighty are his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. This is a pagan giving praises to this king. This that he's speaking about right now, that verse that we read, should have really been at the end of the chapter. Because before this verse came into play, Nebuchadnezzar was a pagan. He didn't worship the Most High. He worshiped other deities. I mean, the Creator is not a deity, but he worshiped other powers that he thought was the power, each one of them. And that's who he worshiped. His people worshiped other powers. Sometimes, family, you can know that there's only one power and still practice idolatry. You can make your money a god. You can make your woman a god. You can make yourself a god. You can make your own desires a god, a deity. The Creator is not a god. He's not God. God ain't got nothing to do with the Most High. But that's a term that I'm using to allow you to see the significance and the relevance to how this chapter is going to fit in your life. So while we're reading this chapter, you ask yourself, as I have to ask myself, who or what did I replace the Most High with in my own life? Now let's watch what Nebuchadnezzar does. Amy, could you finish, please?
Okay. Verse 4. Then came in the magicians, the enchanters, the Chaldeans.
Oh, wait. Verse 4? You're in verse 4? Does your verse 4 start off with
Yes.
I, Nebuchadnezzar?
No, it doesn't.
What about your verse 3?
Chapter 4.
I'm in chapter 4.
Chapter 4, verse 1 starts with, chapter 4, verse 1 starts, I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house.
Oh, wow. Now, see, that's my chapter 4. Okay, all right. So before we read on, I want everybody to know that this book of Daniel is not written in Hebrew. It's written in Aramaic. So there's going to be words that you're going to learn today that are Aramaic words that you may know the Hebrew word to, but it has nothing to do with the Aramaic word. Aramaic is a dialect of Hebrew. It's a sister language of Hebrew. Hebrew predates Aramaic, but Daniel speaks, most of the book of Daniel is written in Aramaic. Okay, read on, please, Amy. Can you start back over from verse 1 then?
Okay. Daniel chapter 4, verse 1. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and imagings upon my bed, and the visions of my head affrighted me. Therefore made I a decree to bring in all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known unto me the interpretations of the dream. Then came in the magicians, the enchanters, the Chaldeans, and the astrologers.
Now
And I
stop,
told the dream before them.
stop for a second. What verse you on?
I'm on verse 4 in the middle.
All right, well, your book is reading different from mine, so I ain't gonna even try to get that. But I want to bring notice to this.
Our book is at 7. There's, I didn't mean to interrupt, but her
7.
book doesn't start with 1. It just
Right.
it started at verse 4. And they do that sometimes. Yeah.
I got you. I see it. I'm on 2 different devices, and both of my devices are reading different. And then her version is a third different, so it's cool. But we're on the same verse. You're right, verse 7. But this is what I want to say before you begin. Nebuchadnezzar had a dream. And Nebuchadnezzar did not try to interpret that dream for himself. He understood that his dream was a message for him. It troubled him. He didn't understand the message. So what he did was he called in what they understood to be people of spirituality. Okay, before him, they called the magicians, the soothsayers, the astrologers, the Chaldeans. All of these people were known to possess spiritual qualities, which means they could interpret things that take place. They practice magic. What it really means is that they had knowledge that ordinary people did not possess. They had knowledge to travel in the spirit realm and bring back things that made substance in this life reality. I tell y'all this every week, but the spirit world is 1000% stronger than the physical world. 1000% greater than the physical world, the spirit realm. And if you learn to travel in the spirit realm, you will begin to understand what I'm saying to you. If you learn the power of prayer, prayer is a spiritual thing. Most people practice prayer. Most people are traveling in the spirit realm when they perform the service called prayer. But most people don't understand that. It's a spiritual thing that's taking place. That's why your vessel that you're traveling in should be as physically, spiritually clean so that your essence goes before the Almighty in a spiritual manner where it's acceptable. If you're living an unruling, uncontrolled, undisciplined life, then you have no spiritual cleanliness about you. Therefore, when you travel to the Most High, oftentimes it's an iffy, whether he's going to accept it or not. I'm not going to say to you that he won't. I'm going to say to you it's an iffy. He may not, he may not. But when your clean, spiritual essence is clean,
and you go before the Almighty, you're more likely to be granted access to him as opposed to when you come as filthy rags all upon you. How do you cleanse yourself? You cleanse yourself by living in your integrity. Doesn't mean you have to be perfect. Possible, and as honest as possible, as clean as possible. By obeying the law, statutes, and judgments of the Most High, he grants you access to him on a totally different spiritual level. There are people who I call thieves who get access to the Most High through the back door. Those are the ones that Nebuchadnezzar called upon: the Chaldeans, the soothsayers, the astrologers, the magicians. They know how to gain access, but they go through the back door. But you're going to see through this chapter that the Creator didn't grant them access. But they know how to travel in that spirit realm. Remember that brother Balaam? Balaam, the sorcerer, they call him, who was speaking with the children, who Balak hired to curse the children of Israel in Numbers 23-24. Well, they call him a sorcerer. He knew how to get into the back door like they did. But the back door don't grant you access all the time just because you want it. We are children of the covenant. We are the children of the Most High. And as long as we walk righteously before him in our integrity to the best of our ability, we have access to the front door, which means that if we hurt, the Most High hears. If we cry, he pays attention. When we need, he'll give. But you got to do what you got to do to keep your essence able to approach unto the Most High by living this life the best you can possibly live it. I pray that y'all understand where I'm coming from. That's a little bit of a spiritual journey, but let's go back. Those people who normally had access to the spirit realm, the Most High was rejecting them access for his reason. He rejected them access. And let's see what it says. Read on, please.
Okay, I'm gonna begin again in verse 4. Then came in the magicians, the enchanters, the Chaldeans, and the astrologers. And I told the dreams before them, but they did not make known unto me the interpretation thereof.
They could
But
not
at the
make
last-
known to him. We couldn't make it known to him, the interpretation. Read on. Zanta, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Amen.
Good to see you. Better late than never. Good to see you.
You too. Thank you.
Hey, go ahead, Iman. Let's rock.
Okay. But at the last, Daniel came in before me, whose name was Belteshazzar, according to the name of Belteshazzar, according to the name of
And
the power.
Belteshazzar, I believe Belteshazzar means Bel is my king. I believe that's what it means. Read
Okay.
on.
According to the name of the deity and in whom his spirit of the holy deities. And I told the dream before him, O Belteshazzar, master of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy deities is in thee, and no secret causes thee trouble. Tell me the visions of my dream that I have seen and the interpretation thereof.
Stop for a second, please. I need to acknowledge before the family the type of respect that this king paid to a servant of the Most High. When all else failed him, his soothsayers, his magicians, his Chaldeans, the astrologers, when they all failed him to give him his answer, who did he turn to? He turned to you. He came to you as the nations shall take hold of the hem of your garment and say, lead us to your creator. That's what you're going to do, fam. That's your job and your mission in this earth. When all else failed him, he went to the servant of the Most High that he knew served the Most High, and watch what he calls him, master of the magicians. Do you know what that means? That means that he gave more respect to a servant of the Most High than he gave to all those soothsayers, astrologers, all those other people. He distinguished those who serve the Most High from everyone else. He gave him great honor. And watch what read on. Daniel's fame went out throughout the earth, how powerful and how blessed he was with the Most High. Read on, let's see what he says.
Daniel chapter 4, verse 7. Thus were the visions of my head upon my bed, I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was food for all. The beast of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the branches thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. I saw in the visions of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher, a holy one, came down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus, hew down the tree and cut off its branches, shake off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beast get away from under it, and the fowls from its branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of its roots in the earth, even in a band of iron and brass, in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven. And let this portion be with the beast in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from man's, and let a beast's heart be given unto him. And let 7 times pass over him. The matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the sentence by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth upon over it the lowest of men.
Now I want
This
to read
dream
hold on, baby girl. Hold on now. Give me 1 second now. I want to read that part again, because this is most important. Out of anything else that you read in this chapter, this part you have to remember. This matter is by decree of the watchers, basically those who are watching over everything that takes place, and a demand by the words of the Holy One, the Most High, the Creator of all. In Hebrew, in El Elyon, you might have heard me say that in my prayers, but El Elyon is the Most High, the Creator of all things, the Most High, the most powerful one, to the intent, now this is it, y'all, to the intent that the living may know. I don't care how good you live in your life right now, you could be on your best game, you could have all the money, all the riches, you could be sitting back looking at yourself saying, I'm proud of my life. You could be saying, I'm so happy, I'm living like this. You could be enjoying life to the best of your ability. But what I'm saying to you right now is because you have the knowledge of the Most High, the living power of all creation, if you don't do right by him, all of that can be snatched away. That the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. No matter what you're going through in your life, always know that the Most High ruleth. I don't care how bad you're going through in life, what you're suffering, whatever the pain is, whatever you're going through, no matter what people have sided themselves up against you, know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. You might got a boss, you might got a husband, he might be bad, he might be a cruel boss or a cruel husband. He might be agitating you, picking with you, hurting you, abusing you. But know for a certainty that the Most High reigneth in the kingdom of men. Which means that, as I taught you earlier, by you living a certain way, you have access to the front door. Therefore, anything you ask of the Creator, more than likely you will grant it, as long as you're doing what thus saith the Most High to the best of your ability, because you are his child. And what parent would deny their child, their best child, their good child, their honest child, anything that that child would require of them? So if you have these type of situations in your life, know for a certainty and a surety that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and he giveth it to whomsoever he will. And he setteth up over it of men. Don't matter who the individual is, whoever it is that might be in charge right now, or whatever you might be living right now, don't mean you're going to always live that way. Don't mean you're going to always be in that position. The only way to assure your future is to continuously walk in your integrity before the Most High. Always. That's the only way to assure your future. And that's how we should be living. Go ahead, Amy. Pick it back up, please. This dream.
Okay, Daniel chapter 4, verse 15. This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen, and thou, O Belteshazzar, declare the interpretation. Belteshazzar, declare the interpretation, for as much as all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known unto me the interpretation, but thou art able, for the spirit of the holy powers is in thee.
Now stop for a second.
Then,
Stop for a second. He says to Daniel, all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to. Did he call them witches? Did he call them sorcerers? Did he call them warlocks? No, he calls them wise men. And what is a witch? What is a warlock? What is an astrologer? What is a Chaldean? What is a soothsayer? As I said earlier, they are people with knowledge. And if you have knowledge, that makes you what? Wise. Don't let people fool you and make you shun, run, and hide from things that you don't understand, because they will. We grow up in this country eating chicken because we grew up in this country eating chicken. If we grew up in this country eating cats, we will be eating cats. And the other nations that don't eat cats will look it up and say, yo, man, those are strange people over there. They eat cats. That's my pet. I don't want nobody eating my cat. My pet, that's my pet. But because we grew up in this country eating cats, it's a delicacy for us, and it's nothing for us to go get a cat, cut them up, and cook them and eat them like they do in China. But we haven't grown up that way. What am I saying? Ultimately, I'm saying this. People try to keep you away from the realness of the Most High by causing you to be adapted to a certain terminologies that will make you run. One of those words is the word witch. People mention witch, and the first thing come in your mind is something negative, something evil. Never does it come into your mind, like Nebuchadnezzar said, a wise person. Witches deal with the word adat, which means knowledge of things. They call them witches because they don't want you, they give you a bad connotation when they say witch, because anybody with knowledge outside of the normal knowledge, they will want you to run and shun from that person. But let me explain this to you. The prophets of the Most High, see how they colloquialize and put Daniel in with those soothsayers, with those magicians? That shows the relationship of spiritual development of a man with knowledge. So just because that individual has that knowledge, don't mean that they're evil or wicked. If a person classifies themselves as a witch, they probably don't even know what they're talking about, so just stay away from them. But a person with spiritual knowledge is what a real witch really is. And that doesn't make them evil, because today's world, we call them a witch. What makes them evil is who they confer in, the Most High. Because today, an Israelite at his fullest potential to the average person will be mistaken for as a witch, because you have knowledge of things that the average person don't possess. For example, I like to give this scenario every time I do it. If you got some new neighbors that moved on the block, y'all heard this before, I'm sure y'all have.
They moved across the street from you. You look out your window with these binoculars. You're not being newsy. You're not being newsy. You're just looking out binoculars. You like to watch birds. 12 o'clock at night, you're looking in their window with the binoculars. And you see in their living room or in their bedroom, in their kitchen, or wherever you see in their window, that the father, the older man, has the son with a blindfold on, standing in front of him, and these birds in this basin. And the father takes and cut the throat of the bird and take his finger in there and rub it on the right earlobe of the son, and then on the right big thumb of the son, and then on the right big toe of the son. The first thing you're going to think, because you're westernized, is that these people are evil. To you, they're practicing witchcraft. An Israelite at his fullest potential. I'm not talking about this stuff we doing right now. I'm talking about us living in our glory. We will be mistaken for a witch. Now, that the scenario I just described to you was the priestly blessings that the Creator commands for Aharon to put upon his sons. That was the priestly blessings. Those people who lived across the street that you just happened to be looking, because there was no birds out at 12 o'clock, you just happened to be looking. Those, not that you're nosy or nosy, you're not. You just happen to be looking because you want to be secure about what they're about. I know, I understand. I ain't talking about you. But you misunderstood what that was about, because society teaches you one thing, but the Creator teaches you something else. And those neighbors that you consider now in your mind are practicing witchcraft, you're going to talk about them, you're going to shun them, you're going to treat them differently. The only reason why you do that is because you really don't understand or know who they are and what they're about. So don't just shun people just on the mere fact that somebody, oh, they practice witchcraft, or she a witch, or he a warlock, or he. Don't just shun people for that reason. That's not good. You should ask. You should seek to learn. And you might be surprised that this person could be just like you, just more advanced in their understanding of how to worship the Creator. Daniel was just like them other people, but Daniel worshiped the Most High and not himself or any other power other than the Creator of all creation. He was called the master of the magicians. Let's go, Amy. You ready?
Okay. Verse 16. Then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was appalled for a while, and his thoughts affrighted him. The king spoke and said, Belteshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation affright thee. Belteshazzar answered and said, My lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thine adversaries.
He
The
said,
tree,
1 second, please. He said, the dream be to thee, to them that hate thee. Does anyone want to take a shot and tell me what that means? The dream be to thee, that to them that hate thee. Go ahead, you got the floor, my brother. Tell us what that means.
First of all, let's get this straight. The prophets of Yahweh are not witches. Our prophets don't compare to the rest of them. That's why he ended up calling Daniel. By the way, it's a Hebrew name. No, they don't. The magicians of Mitzrayim, they didn't compare to Yosef. They couldn't give Pharaoh an answer.
Elijah, I've only asked you to come on. You have a time later to speak your opinion, and that's fine. But right now, I just want you to go with what I'm asking to be understood.
You gotta listen though.
No, you can't take all that time to explain a simple question. I'm not asking you to give your dissertation right now. You have time later for that.
He called the prophet Daniel, who's anointed by Yahweh, not witchcraft. We don't do fucking witchcraft. It's not the same. So,
my brother, I tried, and I can't allow it to be. All right? I tried. Come back another time when you get it straight. We don't play that. All right, would anyone else like to explain, please, what is being said here? When it's said, when Daniel explains it, he says, "My Lord, the dream be to them that hate thee." Would anybody like to tell us what they think that might be saying? All right, what it's saying is, it's saying, let this not happen to you, let it happen to someone else. That's what he's really saying there. He understood that this was a bad thing. And when they say, "My Lord, the dream be unto them that hate thee," let all those who hate you, my king, receive this into their lives, because this is a horrible thing. And let's watch. Amy, you still there? Let's watch how it picks up.
Okay. Verse 17. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was food for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and upon whose branches the fowls of the heaven had their habitation. It is thou, O king, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth. And whereas the king saw a watcher and a holy one coming down from heaven, and saying, "Hew down the tree and destroy it, nevertheless leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, even in a band of iron and brass, and the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and it is the decree of the Creator, which is come upon my lord the king, that thou shalt be driven from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and thou shalt be made to eat grass as oxen, and shalt be wet with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Creator ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. And whereas it was commanded to leave the stump of the roots of the tree, thy kingdom shall be sure unto thee. After that, thou shalt have known that the heavens do rule. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable unto thee, and break off thy sins by almsgiving, and thine iniquities by showing mercy to the poor, if there may be a lengthening in thy prosperity.
All right, stop right there for a second, please.
Mhm.
What I would like for someone to do is just give us a brief summary of what we read so far. Would anyone like to do that? Anyone, it doesn't matter who it is. Just give us a brief summary of what we just read. All right, Isha, you have the mic.
So what I just heard is that Nebuchadnezzar, hopefully I'm saying it right, but what I just heard is that Nebuchadnezzar is basically going to get tore down in a way. The Most High is going to allow him to get tore down, but not all the way to where he's not restored. It's almost kind of like the Most High is going to allow him to get tore down so that he can see who he truly is. That's kind of what I got from that.
There you go.
But it was a little bit confusing at first, because I thought that, because what Daniel was saying, like, oh, this is for your enemies. But the tree who was Nebuchadnezzar got cut down. So I'm not really understanding that connection there, but because it was like that, well, in a sense, the enemies got what they wanted. They cut the tree down. So when he said, oh, this is for your enemies, I thought he was going to say, no, the enemies are the trees getting cut down, but it was Nebuchadnezzar who's getting cut down. So that's a little bit confusing, but I think in the end of the matter, it was just so like what I said, like the Most High is going to let Nebuchadnezzar get cut down, but not completely destroyed, so that he may know who he is. And I guess in the end, his enemies will be no more.
Okay, wait, this is what's taking place. Maybe I didn't make it clear. Daniel didn't say this is for your enemies unless you read it in the English and understood it that way. That's why I singled this out. He said, let this be for your enemies. Like if the creator said, oh, Hezekiah, you're ready to die tomorrow. And then the prophet come and say, well, that interpretation, let that evil interpretation be for your enemies and not you. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen to Hezekiah. He's saying that this is a bad thing. Let that fall on all the enemies of Hezekiah and not fall on Hezekiah. So when Daniel said, let this be for thy enemies, he's saying, this is an evil thing that I wish not to come upon you, Nebuchadnezzar. Let that be on the enemies who hate you. Let this curse be on them. But then he went on and told him, it's not going to happen to your enemies. It's going to happen to you. But not that he wished it to happen to him, but it did. Do you follow me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I hope I cleared up the confusion for you. He was never saying like if it was a good thing that it's going to happen to the enemies. He said he wished that it would have happened to the enemies and not the king Nebuchadnezzar. Because remember, him and Daniel was pretty cool right now. All right, does anyone else want to give a little bit of explanation? One more person, if you don't mind, just one more person. What'd you get out of that? Just one more person. Anybody can volunteer. Okay, nobody else? Well, y'all are so much fun today. Okay, you want to do it again, Ishi? Go ahead.
No, I just had a quick question if no one wanted to give their answer. If so, Daniel has two names?
Yes. When Daniel was a boy, you can read that in the first chapter of Daniel. Daniel was taken into captivity. His original name, Daniel, was in Hebrew when he was living in Judah. The king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, that we're reading about right now, took him as a slave out of Judah into Nebuchadnezzar, into Babylon. And when he brought the men into Babylon as a way of showing rulership or ownership of them, they changed their names. And now Daniel's name became Belteshazzar.
Oh, okay. And Belteshazzar is like the deity that Nebuchadnezzar worshiped?
Belt, yeah, Bel or Belt, one or the other. You'll find that in the first chapter of the book of Daniel.
Okay.
First chapter, somewhere around the 8th, 9th verse, where he changed his name. But he also had 3 other brothers that was with him, and all of them received different names. Okay?
Okay.
All right, any other questions, any comments before we move on? Is anybody confused at this point? Does everybody understand where we are right now?
Yeah, I'm catching up. I do apologize because I had stepped away. But has anyone given understanding until 7 times passed over him?
7 times means 7 years.
Okay, it is years. Okay.
Yes. For 7 years, this curse is going to be upon Nebuchadnezzar for 7 years. Does everybody understand what the curse is going to be?
Wasn't the curse his kingdom being brought down?
Almost. He will lose control of his kingdom for 7 years. He's going to walk on all fours like an animal. He's going to grow claws and become real hairy and eat of the dirt of the ground like an animal for 7 years. Do you understand the type of magnitude of a sin that you have to commit before the Creator for him to make that happen to you for 7 years? One day of that experience would change me forever. Just one day. But because much was given, much was required. Nebuchadnezzar, who knew so much of the Creator because him and Daniel was in great
standings and the Most High did so much for him, to him, and with him prior, he committed a sin. And I don't want to mention that right now. I'm gonna wait till we get into it to let y'all know what he did to deserve that. But I started off with my lesson today speaking about it. And I'm gonna end up this lesson today speaking about it, so that we will know how serious to take the Most High. We get comfortable and I call ourselves an Israelite, keeping the Shabbat to the best of our ability once a week. And then the rest of the days of the week, we like everybody else, doing what they do, partying like they party. And that's just those of us who keep the Shabbat for real. There are many of us who don't keep the Shabbat, don't think twice about the Shabbat, and do whatever we want to do. And we know we Hebrew, we know we got to call on the Most High, we know what we're supposed to be doing, but we take it upon ourselves for convenience and luxury and pleasure to do whatever we want to do, and we ignore the Most High. And this is what Nebuchadnezzar did. I knew I was going to wait till the end, but anyway, I'm going to squeeze it out. This is what he did. Let's read and let's see. Ema, you ready?
Okay. Verse 25. All this came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months, he was walking upon the royal palace of Babylon. The king spoke and said, "Is not this great Babylon, which I have built for a royal dwelling place, by the might of my power and for the glory of my majesty?"
By the might of what?
His power and
His own power. You think you get yourself up every day out of that bed, but you don't. You think you get yourself to be able to drive to work every day and get there safely because you look around, but you don't. How many times in your life did something happen to you that you didn't see coming? And it just happened. You say, oh man, I didn't see that. But it happened. You think it is because of your own might, because you got a job, because you go to work and you got a couple dollars. You think this is all you're doing, but it's not. And because you think that, therefore, oftentimes you lose track of where your blessings are really coming from. And you take it upon yourself to give yourself credit as if you did something. Your child just graduated from high school, from college. And when you talk to your girlfriends, you tell your girlfriends, yeah, see, I got 3 children that I just helped put through school, my own children, they just graduated. They was horrible. But you don't give the credit, no credit, nowhere, none of that. You don't even acknowledge that he was the one who really did it. You just paid your house off. You just paid your mortgage off in your house. But you don't realize that it was the Most High who actually did it and not you. There are so many things that we go through in life every day. And we give ourselves credit as if we did it, like Nebuchadnezzar did. Nebuchadnezzar took it upon himself and said, these are the things that I did. Imagine, his kingdom was vast. They call it throughout most of the earth, throughout all the earth, he ruled. So that means that he had a lot of people. Nebuchadnezzar was the man. Don't mistake in this. Nebuchadnezzar was the man. When he walked, people stopped. People humbled themselves, and people were prostrate in his presence. They wouldn't open their mouth unless he allowed them to. They knew not to upset him because he was the king. He said, if you can't tell me the interpretation of my dream, you're going to die. And guess what? If you came in and said you was telling him the interpretation and you didn't tell him, what happened to you? He answered to no one. He answered to nobody. You got somebody, go out there and kill somebody, watch what happens. If they find you, they catch you, they got you. You know what? Because you answer to these people. Nebuchadnezzar didn't answer to anyone but the Most High. And so should you. You should answer to no one but the Almighty. And that's something that a lot of us tend to forget. We tend to forget. Wow, okay. You tend to forget that the Most High is king over all things, that he does these things and not you. And that's what we do. But what we have to do is always put the Most High first. You know, a lot of times we don't mention the Creator because we don't want people to think we're a religious fanatic. You don't have to mention the Creator in everything that you do, everything that you say. It don't always have to be heard off your lips 24 hours a day, but you should mention the Creator throughout your days. Let the meditation always be on your spirit, on your mouth, on your lips, and in your heart of the Most High. Always be under your breath or in your spirit, acknowledging the Creator, for He does everything. And when you're in the presence of people that you might have the opportunity to affect, you should mention the Most High. Let them know the energy that pushes you. Sometimes people say, girl, I don't know how you made it. What you say? Yeah, I know it was hard, but I did it. You ain't did nothing. Yo, bro, you the man. Yeah, I know, man. I had to beat that dude up. You ain't did nothing. The Most High did it. Yeah, I made $1 million last year. You didn't do nothing. The Most High blessed you with it. All you did was being consistent in what your efforts was. You went through the motions. There's been plenty of people who went through the motions and didn't achieve what you have achieved. And it's because the Most High has blessed you. There are a lot of people who achieved way more than you did. The Most High blessed them, but they don't acknowledge the Most High. But you do, so you have to acknowledge Him. Nebuchadnezzar experienced the Creator. And what did he do? What did Nebuchadnezzar do? He took all that glory upon himself and not mention the Most High one time. But he did mention in his dream that a Holy One from heaven came down. And let's see what that Holy One from heaven had to say. Can you pick up where you left off, please?
Okay. I was at, I'll just start at,
These are
20,
37.
huh?
37. Can you start at 37? Ain't that where you at?
My book is different, so
Okay.
I'm gonna start at 29. And thou shalt be driven from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. Thou shalt be made to eat grass as oxen, and 7 times shall pass over thee. I know that the Creator ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. The same hour was the thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hair was grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws. And at the end of the days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted up mine eyes unto heaven, and mine understanding returned unto me, and I blessed the Creator, and I praised and honored him that liveth forever. For his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom from generation to generation. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing, and he doeth according to his will in the host of heaven, and among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can stay his hand, or say unto him, what doest thou?
Not one.
At the same time, mine understanding returned unto me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my majesty and my splendor returned unto me, and my ministers and my lords sought unto me, and I was established in my kingdom, and surpassing greatness was added unto me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, for all his works are truth and his ways justice, and those that walk in pride, he is able to abase.
To abase. All those who walk in what?
Who walk in pride.
What is pride?
Ego.
Ego. Anyone else? Give me an example of what pride is.
Arrogancy.
Arrogance. Anyone else?
Selfishness.
What's that?
Selfishness.
Selfishness. Okay. Anyone else?
Not having humility.
Not having humility. Anyone else?
Puffed up.
puffed up. That's right.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
thinking you're all that. Yeah.
You're all that. Anyone else?
Conceited,
What's that? Conceited?
conceited,
Conceited, yes. Anyone else? Any other examples what pride is? Okay,
Boastful.
boastful. Okay. Now, all these examples that you
People,
all
I
do.
have one, excuse me, excuse me. Someone who is self-absorbed and can only see the greatness in themselves, where they don't see where anybody else can possibly be as great or have what they have.
Yes, you have. Thank you, Eva. You on point. That's my girl right there, boy. Thank you.
Can we
Eva.
add self-righteousness?
Self-righteousness. Go ahead. Any more?
We say arrogant,
Arrogant. Any more? Any more? Okay. Now, all these things that we just mentioned, right? The party that's guilty don't know that they're guilty. Do you see what I'm saying? In most instances, I will say 90 times out of 100, the party that's guilty of these things do not know that they're guilty of these things. This is why when somebody approaches you, like I spoke earlier about your adversaries or your haters, sometimes you got to look at what they might be saying and find the good in the negativity, the things that they intended to be evil, to hurt or to harm you. You got to find a good in that and apply it to your behavior and question yourself. Where do I fit in all this? Am I guilty of this? It ain't even got to be what they say. The direct accusations that they make against you don't have to be accurate. But in the argument, usually you will find something good in it that you can reflect upon to change and make you a better person. Because that arrogant man doesn't believe he's arrogant. He doesn't even know he's arrogant. The self-prideful guy, he doesn't know that he's full of pride. And all the other examples that you all gave, usually that person that's full of that don't even know it. Do you think for a second that Nebuchadnezzar knew a year after he had that dream that he was going to be that person? That it was going to happen to him and he was going to stand outside on his balcony and look at his kingdom and say, look what all I have done with my might. And the Most High was going to bring that wrath upon him? He didn't know, just like a lot of us today don't know the sin that lurks deep within us. And that's why when the brothers brought their accusations against me, I had to reflect internally within myself. I knew that what they were saying wasn't true, but I knew that it had to be some substance, some message in all of this that the Father was trying to get across to me. And I had to internalize myself and look at this situation through a different set of glasses, other than, man, that dude don't like me. Let me shut that nigga up. Let me ignore him. He ain't nothing. He don't mean, no. It's okay. They don't have to like you. They don't even have to even admire you at all. But the simple fact is, when people bring accusations, don't always shut it off as if, oh man, I don't know what they're talking about. I called a brother the other day. This is just to give you an example of what's taking place. I received a call from a young lady who talked to me for at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, about what she considers to be a guy who raped her, a gentleman, one of the brothers. And she said that he raped her. She goes on to tell me the situation and how all this happened. She was homeless. She needed a place to stay. He took advantage of that. He had intercourse with her in exchange for allowing her to keep a job. She told him she had a man. None of that mattered to him. And this was an Israelite brother. So I text the brother and I say, oh, bro, there's a sister going around right now saying that you raped her. You know what his response was to me? Well, somebody must have put her up to it. That's all he said. That was the end of the matter. If that's not a prideful man, if that's not an arrogant man,
There's something wrong with that. If somebody says that you did something on that level, you should begin to search out in your mind, even if it's not that you know you didn't rape nobody, even in your mind, you should begin to search out. And I'm trying to show y'all this because this is how we have to be. Search out in your mind to see what the value of that message coming to you might have been telling you about you, yourself, your behavior, even if it was your past. Even if it was your past, make sure you got them demons up out of you. And it ain't got to be rape. It could be that you forcefully put yourself upon a woman and she didn't like the way it went down and she didn't like the situation. So you might learn to not push forcefully upon a woman ever again. There's a lot of things, there are messages and everything that come at you. Don't take things for face value and say, that has nothing to do with me. Even with the direct accusation you're not guilty of, usually the message somewhere in the whole premise of what's going on that you can utilize to better yourself. But the first thing you have to do is be honest with yourself. And not enough of us are honest with ourselves. We lie to ourselves. We tend to pacify the truth to condition our own minds into the acceptability that we are right. And you can be like filthy rags. But to yourself, you see the best in yourself. And when somebody approach you and they are 100% like this lesson today, there were many things that was mentioned in the beginning of this lesson about how we violate the Creator. Which one of those apply to your life? And which one of those will you change your behavior to be more like the Most High would have for you to be, and deny yourself of your own pleasures to benefit and make that sacrifice to give the Creator his glory? How many of us will do that? Because the condition of Israel today is in the position that we're in because most of us are lying. We got teachers and leaders who stand up in the podium and teach lies. What do I mean they teach lies? Sure, they teach the scriptures correctly, what the scripture says, but they're living a lie. Like the one Moray that I told you the young lady hit me up about. She come to him for one thing. The only thing on his mind is how he can have sex with her. These are abominable things that we are guilty of as a people, especially those of us who sit in positions of leadership. We do not have the value of the people in mind when we do what we do. We got our own selfishness in mind, our own selfish, wicked desires and behavior, and we cover it up. And that's what I mean by lying. We cover it up and pretend, oh, I'm pristine, I'm holy, and I'm righteous. See me? Let's talk about that brother over there. He's the one. Look what he did. Look what she did. It's not me. And you don't realize that you're living a lie. Anybody right now, even within the sound of my voice or within the sound of my voice to come, who are not living in their best behavior right now and before the Creator by obeying the laws that they know they should be obeying, then we don't have the right to ask the Most High for anything until we go before the Most High and ask him for forgiveness of our sin and our iniquity for what we have done knowingly and unknowingly before him. Then change your behavior. How do you change your behavior? Well, think about the things that you like to do that got you to the place where you are today. What do I mean? My wife came to me and she was fasting. She says, I'm going to fast. I said, okay, you can fast. She's fasting for self-improvement, to better herself. I said, okay, you can fast. Go ahead. Let's see what it's like. 11 o'clock at night, we laying in the bed. She's watching the same TV shows that she's been watching all of her days for the last 10, 20, 30 years even. She's watching the same shows. She's eating the same foods. She's listening to the same music. She's talking to the same people. There is no way that you can change who you are except if you can change who you've been. Do you understand that? If you are on a journey to better yourself and become another individual, all those habits that made you who you were needs to cease. And you need to take on different habits, watch different television shows, listen to different music, different types of music and different artists. Whoever your favorite artist used to be, you might have to let them go for a little while and find a new favorite artist, one that more resembles the lifestyle that you're trying to accomplish. As opposed to, what's her name? But Minaj, what's her name? As opposed to Beyonce getting on the stage, shaking her butt and wearing all them skimpy clothes, being your favorite artist. Maybe you need to get somebody more righteous like Lena to be your favorite artist. Somebody who lives this life and does it to the best of her ability and dresses with proper attire. Maybe she need to become your favorite artist. Maybe you need to start listening to her music more, because the vibration from the music of the artist reflects upon your soul. When you got a certain type of person making a certain type of music, it brings a certain type of spirit upon you, because you're intaking, you're digesting, you're eating the music. And you don't know you are, but you are. That music that you're digesting, that spirit becomes a part of your spirit. And if you always listen to secular music and you very rarely listen to spiritual music except on the Shabbat, you're going to be a sometime worshiper of the Creator. These things are real that if you got these children, like I got some children, a weekend they want to go to a party somewhere. They want to go to a club somewhere. They jam it. But at the same time, when something Hebrew come up, they're there as well. What they are is they're mixed. They're trapped into two existences, two realms. They're still trying to appease themselves by being a part of the world. Their excuse is, well, I'm young. The Most High says it's best to come to him when you're young, as opposed to coming to him when you get old. That's what the Most High says. They say, well, I'm young. I got to have fun. I got to experience life. Well, what is fun? It's going to be how you program yourself. Believe me, I wish I would have had this when I was 8 and 9 years old, coming up in this way of life and remain obedient to it until I got to be 39 3/4 years old as I am today. Stop lying, Prince. Yup, that's what it is. You know, I wish I would have had the Most High close to me in that manner, or I was close to him per se, because he's always been close to me. He pulled me out of the dirt. But I'm saying I wish I could have been raised up in that life and have parents who was about it for real, because all that would have done was given me a head start in life, a spiritual journey. It would have given all of us a head start. Therefore, if you have children today who are still young and you're trying to raise them in this way, you got to stop letting them do whatever they want to do and go wherever they want to go. If they're living in your roof under your house, then you have jurisdiction over them. And you're going to have to be more cooperative in their development toward the Creator, because if you don't, the street's going to get them. Negativity has a pull on people a whole lot stronger than positivity. Think about it. The foods that taste good, that you know that's good for your body, that's a positive sign. The foods that's good, forget what I just said. Let me correct myself. The foods that's good for your body, that has a positive sign, don't always taste good. But you favor the foods that taste good, even though you know they have a negative effect on your body. Like yesterday, I was eating all this fruit. And before I leave out of the house, I had to take a bite of that donut. Just took one bite, put it down, left out the house. Why? I was already full because I ate a whole bowl of fruit. I was already full, didn't need the donut. But my body craves the sugar because I hadn't had sugar in such a long time. I mean, months. So I had that donut in that house. My body said, eat that thing that tastes real sweet. Not the fruit was nasty because the fruit was good. But I had to put some poison in my body, knowing that it's not good for me. And that's how we serve the Creator. We don't give the Most High the best of us. We give the Most High the residue, the leftover portions. We give the world, our jobs, our families, and making money the best of us. And then what's left over, we give to the Creator. And And that's what needs to change if you want to be the best you can possibly be. You have to put the spirit world before you put the physical world. When you get up first thing in the morning, when you get up, drink yourself some water and make prayer. Tefillah is the word for prayer in Hebrew. Tefillah. 5 o'clock in the morning, when you get up, first thing you should do is make prayer. Drink yourself a glass of water and start your day. Or go back to sleep until about 6:30, 7 o'clock, get up and start your day. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, stop whatever you're doing for a moment, make prayer and pray for everybody else at 2 o'clock, and then go back to your day and do whatever you're doing. Before you go to bed at night, go to the bathroom, wash yourself up, bathe yourself, and prostrate yourself on the floor to the king, make prayer, and then get up and go to bed and get some sleep. I promise you, family, if you could just start incorporating these small habits that's been taught to you today, if you could just start incorporating these small habits today, your life will change significantly and very short and very briefly. I promise you. But you have to do these things in order for this thing to happen. Nobody can't do it for you. It's about what you do. It's like putting money in the bank. If you don't do it, don't expect it to come to you because nobody else can do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. Can I get another reader, please? We got to bring a conclusion to this next chapter. They both go hand in hand. Can we get another reader, please? And Ima, thank you for what you read and your participation in this portion of the lesson. This is the second part, the conclusion to this matter. Okay, Isha, thank you very much. You can take the mic and begin the readings. We're on Daniel, the 5th chapter, the 1st verse.
Okay, chapter 5, verse 1. Can you say that name again?
5 and 1, Belshazzar.
Belshazzar.
Belshazzar is not Belteshazzar. Belteshazzar is Daniel. Belshazzar is Nebuchadnezzar's son.
Got it. Okay. Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in the presence of the 1,000. While he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple which had been in Jerusalem, that the king and his lords and his wives and his concubines might drink from them.
Now
And they-
stop. In your own words, tell me what you just read.
Me or anyone.
Anyone, or you, anyone. Tell me what was just read.
Um,
Go ahead, bro.
You know, I always talk about chronology, and it went from one idea because this is way after when Nebuchadnezzar had died. So that's why the Belshazzar, and then you'll have, Belteshazzar. It just made to show you that he picked up where his father left off, and pretty much, and when you read it, he's a wicked one. But it's important to know that when you go from chapter to chapter, this is just the hindsight, that it's not flowing concurrently. When you get to 5, 6, and 7, they'll go to Cyrus and they go to Darius. So I didn't want to get off track, but yes, this is it's a moment of time after he died, and then he's picking up with the same type of systems and wives and everything else as his father did. So it's just a generational wealth passed on from one kingdom to another. One king to another.
Very good, very good. Isha, could you read that again? Start at verse 1.
Yes. Verse 1. Belshazzar the king made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in the presence of the 1,000.
Now, how big was this feast, fam? How big was this event? This was a big deal. There were thousands of people that was there. Thousands of people from all over that was at this event. This was a big event. What better opportunity would you have to give glory and honor to the Most High King when you got thousands of people there? But watch what happens. Pay close attention to the details, like my brother said. A lot of times people don't pay attention to the details, but I want y'all to learn to be more intuitive toward details, the small things, because there's a message in the small things. Read on, please.
Quick question, is Nebuchadnezzar dead?
Yeah, at this time he's dead, yes.
Oh.
His son has taken over the rulership of the kingdom of Babylon, Belshazzar.
All right, verse 2. While he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and the silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple, which had been in Jerusalem, that the king and his lords and his wives and his concubines might drink from them.
Now stop for a second. Stop for a second. He has taken the things from Jerusalem,
Mhm.
the sacred vessels that was dedicated to the worship of the Most High, to entertain his friends, the thousands of people that showed up at his event. Do we see anything wrong with this so far?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
He doesn't care about the Most High. That's just what I'm getting.
Okay, he doesn't care about the Most High. It's going to explain to us a little bit later what was wrong with that. It's explain to us a little bit later. But what I want to draw emphasis on is this. How many things do you have in your possession as a Hebrew Israelite, servant of the Most High, that you have that's put aside or set aside just for the service of the Creator, other than your clothes? Do you have a sacred cup? Do you have a sacred prayer rug? Do you even have a prayer rug? Do you even pray? Do you prostrate yourself to the Creator? And if you do, you should have a prayer rug. And that prayer rug should be something special to you. And you should put that prayer rug in a special place, set aside for the service of the Most High. Think about it, family. These are the little things that the Most High look for, because the little things are in the detail. What does that mean? That means you holding the Most High. Your prayer is sacred. That's what makes it holy. It's sacred. The intimate relationship that you have with the Creator, it should be sacred to you. There should be certain things that you do, certain items that you possess, and you only utilize these particular things when you're invoking or going before the presence of the Most High. Now, how many of us do that? How many of us have that type of mindset to bring about and dedicate something special to the Creator? There are certain rituals that we might have, like before we make prayer, we ask the Creator for permission to approach Him. That's something sacred. You understand? A lot of people don't understand that portion. You can have a special prayer rug. That's something sacred. You can have a talit that you put on every time you make prayer. That's something sacred. When you take it off, you fold it up and you put it in a certain place and you make sure that it's there. It don't intermingle with the rest of the stuff. You might have a certain thing that you drink prior to making prayer, a certain water. You might call it holy water. I don't know what you might do, but there are certain things that you dedicate just to the Most High and to your service of worship before Him. And if you don't, the very minimum that you should have is a prayer rug. You might have a certain Bible that you read out of at night when you make prayer. It's not your ordinary Bible. This is a sacred Bible. It just, only time I open it is when I read it right before making prayer, or when I read it right after making prayer. And then I close it up and put it up with my prayer rug and my talit inside my closet. Or my hair wrap. You should have a certain hair wrap for the women. A lot of women like to make prayer with their head covered. I'm not telling you that that's law. I'm not going to say that that's law. I'm not going to say that it's not law, but a lot of women have that custom. I respect that because it's a sign of humility. It's a sign of humility to cover your beauty when you go before this king. That's why in the ancient days when our forefathers would fast and pray and beseech the Most High, they would put mud and dirt
they call it earth, upon their face. And they will walk around like that to cover their beauty, whatever beauty it may be. They will put sackcloth upon their clothes and ashes on their face. Therefore, people knew they were mourning. They were in deep meditation. So when a sister takes it, she covers her hair, it's a sign of humility. When a brother prostrates himself on the floor to the Creator, it's a sign of humility. Sisters, you can prostrate as well. Me, myself, I wash my hands and I wash my feet, and then I go and I make prayer before the Creator. You might not want to do that. I'm not saying that you have to do that, but these are all sacred rituals that we do in the presence when we're about to go to the King. Some of us may take a bath and wash our whole body before we make prayer to the Most High. All these things, but you should have things that you hold sacred. These vessels, these glasses, these cups, these plates, they were sacred to the Most High. And Belshazzar took something that was sacred and dedicated to the Creator and offered it up to his friends for his friends' enjoyment and pleasure. Now, had Belshazzar gave glory to the Creator, then what happened may not have happened, but he didn't. He used the most sacred things for the Creator. It's just like your prayer rug. You got that prayer rug, the only purpose you use it for is to make prayer. Now you take your girlfriend or somebody come in the house and they know that that's your prayer rug, but they take that downstairs and they go sit on it to watch television. Or they let their children, they take your prayer rug and let their children paint and color on top of it. That's total disrespect to the Creator. Total disrespect to you. But let alone if you took that prayer rug to accommodate somebody at a certain time and said, you know what? All right, here, you can sit on that because I ain't got none and we ain't making prayer right now. I won't need it till later on to make prayer. So here, take my prayer rug and use it. You are disrespecting the Creator and you don't even know it. But if you did this and you say, well, listen, sis, this is my prayer rug, take it and make prayer to the Most High and then give it back to me. That will be a powerful thing. And it just may be that that's the first time that the Most High heard her prayer because of you. Now, how many of us think on that level on a daily basis? How many of us have sacred things that we have sacred just for our worship to the Creator? If you don't, I would implore you to begin to look at things like what I'm saying to you and develop these types of habits. And don't let anything disrespect those things that you hold sacred and dear to the Most High King. How about your body? Is your body sacred to the Most High? If so, don't let no man touch you that's not your husband. You're sacred. You yourself is like a prayer rug, something that's dedicated and made holy because it's set apart for the service of the Most High King. And any man that gets the opportunity to come before you and be in your presence and utilize your most sacred thing has to be one that's worthy. That means that he should be on that same level of serving the Creator, just as you or greater.
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying to you, fam? Another thing for the brothers, the same situation. Do you hold yourself sacred like you do your prayer rug or your Bible or even the Shabbat day? Because if you do, you won't give yourself to anyone who doesn't have the ability to fulfill a purpose in your life toward this King. If you're doing that, then you don't really hold yourself sacred as you say you do. You don't. If you're a man that's sleeping around with 3 and 4 and 5 different women a year, a month, a day, then something's wrong with that. Unless all these women are your nashim and you provide and guide and protect all of them, that's possible. But if you got 3 and 4, even one woman a different day or a different week or a different month or a different year, you're in violation. You don't hold yourself sacred. Because if you hold yourself sacred, the same way you protect your prayer rug by putting it up in the closet, covering it up, making sure nobody get to it, no dust don't even get on it, is the same way you should hold your body sacred.
You should eat the best foods. You should exercise. You should drink healthy water. You should read the best of books. You should watch the best of movies. You should feed your soul the vibrational things that's going to help you draw and show the Most High that you're holy, that you're sacred, and that you appreciate him. And how many of us actually do these things? Well, I'm not here to point fingers and down talk you. All I'm saying is if you don't do them, these are the type of habits you should incorporate in your life. You should begin to watch these type from the clothes you wear, 100% natural fabric, to the foods you eat, foods with a certain vibrational level, which is usually plant-based. Plants, animals is secondary or third, fourth even. But really, we shouldn't be eating animals at all. We really shouldn't be. But if you're determined to eat it, then you go eat it. And then make sure that what you're eating is clean, at least clean before the Most High. But meat is not good for the human consumption at all. But from the clothes you wear, to the foods you eat, to the movies you watch, to the listening to the music, to the company you keep, the people that comes into your company should be of a certain caliber. If they're not, you shouldn't have them in your company too long, because their energy will draw from your energy, and you will find yourself getting spiritually weakened and more strengthened by the negative energy than the positive energy. This is a fact. You have to watch this because it will happen. If you're in the wrong company, they will pull your positivity out of you, and you will see yourself compromising and eventually doing evil and negativity and things that you wouldn't normally do, knowing that you're a child of the Most High. You have to elevate above that. So be mindful. Always set an example for all mankind. Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be at all times. I had a sister one day, she pulled me up and she said, Prince, Prince. I said, yes. She said, I was sitting in the back of the class and I was watching you. You was falling asleep. And you was falling asleep on the screen. I said, dang, sis, I was tired. And she was right. And I was wrong. Always be the best version of yourself. Always. Because people are watching you. Even when you don't know people are watching you, they're watching you. Right, Sister Mariah? They're always watching you.
Long as you recognize, bruh, and I'm gonna call you every time you do it.
There you go. See, it's important that you always represent the best version of yourself at all times. My sister said, yo, I don't want to see that no more. What could I say but yes, sis, I'll do my best? Because she's right. She's right. Oh, you ain't my boss. You don't tell me what to do. I can do whatever I want. That's how niggas behave. But we not niggas. We children of the Most High. And we can take criticism from anyone if it's going to be right, truthful, and help to make us a better individual and put us in a better alignment. She just reminded me how important my job is. You can't do that before the people. What's wrong with you? Not that I normally do that, because I don't. I was super tired that day. There is no excuse. I should have got up, walked away, went somewhere, got myself together. That's what I should have done. So family, I'm saying the same thing to us all. We all have to present the best version of ourselves. And watch this. We always have to present the best version of ourselves to the world. And then to ourselves when we're home alone. The things that you know you shouldn't be doing, don't even do it in the dark by yourself. If you know this is something that is an abominable thing before the Creator, even if you believe it to be, then you shouldn't be doing it. And just because the world says something is bad, don't mean that it's bad. You need to talk to the Most High and come to an understanding, or talk to another brother or sister and come to an understanding of what's good or what's bad that you should or should not do in the confidence of your own home by yourself in the dark. What I mean by in the dark is out of the sight of everybody else, not necessarily with the lights off, but out of the sight of everybody watching. A lot of times you get to find out who you really are when you spend time alone. And none of us do that. A lot of us don't do that. A lot of us don't spend time alone. Therefore, we really don't know who we are. Most of our day we're spent other than sleeping, and some of us don't even want to sleep alone. But most of our days are spent in the company of others. Therefore, we don't really have the opportunity to be tested and tried in our own spirit to prove ourselves of who we are. All right, Ishi, where you leave off at, please? Tell us where you at.
Yes. I can read verse 2 again. While he tasted the wine,
Oh, wait a
Belshazzar.
minute. We only on verse 2?
Yeah. Well, I can start on 3.
Prince gotta shut up. Prince talk too much. We've been on this chapter for a half hour, and all we got on verse 2? It's like, go ahead, y'all.
I'll do verse. You want me to do 2 or 3? Doesn't matter.
Whatever you feel you are, it's fine.
Okay, I'll do 2.
Chapter 5, verse 2. Okay.
While he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple which had been in Jerusalem, that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Then they brought the gold vessels that had been taken from the temple of the house of the Most High, which had been in Jerusalem. And the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines drank from them. They drank wine and praised the deities of gold and silver, bronze and iron, wood and stone.
That's where they made their mistake. They took the Most High's blessings and they gave it to someone else. And it angered the Creator. It angered the Most High so much that the Most High is going to take that man's life. Why am I saying this? Because I want you all to see that there is a certain way that you don't treat the Creator. You got to be mindful of this king at all times and everything in your life. There's a certain way that you don't treat him. For if you do, he will let you know that you're wrong. Before the Most High dealt with that king, he let that man know that what he was wrong, what he did was wrong. That man at that point had the opportunity to confess his sin, to acknowledge his sin, and ask the Most High for forgiveness and change his ways, change his behavior. That's all he would have had to do. Just like you right now. All I'm saying to you is that when the haters come to you and the haters say whatever they're saying, even if they're wrong, look for a message from the Creator in all the things that they say. Look for a message. And when you find that message, confess, acknowledge before the Creator your transgressions. And change from your wicked ways. That's all that king had to do. Belshazzar, that's all he had to do. And the Most High would have granted him mercy. He would have pardoned his iniquities, but he didn't. Watch what happens. I want to cover one of the words here. Now, as I explained to you earlier, the book of Daniel was majority written in what language did I say?
Arabic.
No.
Aramaic.
Aramaic, yes. And you were good, you were close by saying Arabic because Arabic is close to Aramaic. But no, Aramaic is a different language. There's Hebrew, then there's Aramaic, and then there's Arabic. Each one of those are sister languages. You have different words in Hebrew that with one letter change in Aramaic, it means something. And then in Arabic, there's another letter change, like Abu, Abba, Ab. They're different one letters. That's what it is. Okay. My name is actually Aramaic, Kezaridar. That's why you see the Zara and all that stuff showing up so much in here. King, Zara means king. My name is Aramaic. What I want to bring point to is the Aramaic word for concubines. We looked it up. And did anybody know what the Aramaic word for the Hebrew concubine word is? Anybody know what the word is in Hebrew for concubine?
Is it paramour?
You're close, but that's not it. Very close. Think again. Anyone know? I like it better when y'all answer all the questions. But the Hebrew word for concubine is pelagesh. Pelagesh is the Hebrew word for concubine. But in Aramaic, it's a totally different word. It's shanal, shin, nun, lamek. Shanal is the Hebrew word, the Aramaic word for concubine. And I thought that was so different that I just wanted to make it known. And also the Hebrew word for wives that they're using here, lachana, is the word that they're using for wife or maidens. And that's totally different than the Hebrew word. What's the Hebrew word for maiden in Hebrew? Anybody know that? It's alma. Well, alma being maiden, young woman, virgin, or betula. Those two words mean young woman. One means virgin and one means a maiden, but they're both talking about young women. But the word in Hebrew for wife is isha. But here in Aramaic, lachana. The word for concubine is shanal. So I'm showing you the vast difference in the language. There are some words that mean different things. Like in Aramaic, the word son is bar. In Aramaic, bar. And some places like in Psalms, I think it's the 2nd chapter or the 12th chapter, where it speaks about kiss the son, they use the word bar, Aramaic, and not bane, which is Hebrew. It's that relationship between the languages. People spoke it in one portion of history, and then later in history they spoke another part, and then later in history they spoke another part, all depending on the captivity that they were in. That helped to determine the type of language that we spoke. All right. So Isha, go ahead and finish reading, please. Tell us where you are.
Chapter 5, verse 5. In the same hour, the fingers of a man's hand appeared and wrote opposite the lampstand on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened and his knees knocked against each other. The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, the soothsayers. The king spoke, saying to wise men of Babylon, whoever reads this writing and tells me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Now all the king's wise men came, but they could not read the writings or make known to the king its interpretation.
And what they call those men again? What they call them? Wise men. But we know them to be what? Witches and warlocks and sorcerers. The only thing that make them witches and warlocks and sorcerers is if they don't worship the Most High. You follow me? When they don't worship the Most High, they are considered to be evil because they're going in through the back door. But the servants of the Most High, who are prophets, just like Daniel, will be mixed up in the midst of all that stuff. And with the misunderstanding of who you're talking to as an individual, you will consider that person to be a witch. And they're not witches at all. The only thing that a witch means is a person with knowledge. And if that individual has knowledge and worshiping the Creator, then why would you consider them to be evil? That's all I'm saying. Because a lot of people will consider you, with the knowledge you have, to be an evil individual because you don't believe as they believe. Where's my sister at? Trucilia. Is she here? Oh man. Trucilia, this is the first week she missed forever. Can somebody call and just make sure she all right? Somebody just check up on her because she don't miss class. Just check on, she ain't gotta come, but just if anybody, please, just check up on her, just send her a text, make sure she's cool and just get back to us and let us know she's all right, please. But that's where we at. Let's read on, let's continue, please.
If I could, can I ask a question really quick?
Anytime. What's your question?
Verse 5, in the same hour, the fingers of a man's hand appeared.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about that. Yeah, I wanted to
What's going on there?
Yeah, I meant to talk about that. Thank you for breaking. See, that's how the creator work. That's how you know we connect. You know what I mean? That's that kinetic energy that I was talking about earlier.
Pain.
That's that kinetic energy. Because I just said I was going to talk about that and then I forgot. What I wanted you to do at that time was put yourself in that place. Put yourself where that king is. And all of a sudden, a hand appears, a man's hand. And of course, it's going to be a black man's hand because it ain't going to look like no European. It's going to be a black man's hand. And that hand wrote on the wall. I mean, can you imagine seeing this? You would think you was crazy. You think you lose your mind. Look at that. Whoa, what? And then it's writing in a language that you don't understand. So what the language is a sacred language. A sacred language that nobody could understand except a servant of the Most High King. There was a message for a man that the man could not understand. This is why I say to you, when haters come to you, look inside of what they're saying. If what they say about you is not true, look inside of what they're saying and see if you can get that message. Because a lot of times the Most High is speaking to you and you just gotta search for that message. Right here, the Most High was speaking to the king, but he did not give the message to the king in a way that the king could understand it. The king had to get somebody else to interpret it for him. Even the people that he readily relied on could not explain to him what that message was saying. So he went and got somebody who he knew who had a special talent above the rest, and he asked him to interpret it. But he's sitting there, he watching this hand writing on the wall. It was the Most High servant who was writing on that wall. He made himself visible to those thousands of people so that the Most High gets the glory and not the king, Belshazzar. He wrote on that wall, and what did it say? Belshazzar's knees trembled. He was afraid. He was afraid. So all this was done intentionally to bring fear upon this man. All of it. Read on, please.
Okay. Verse 7. I'll read verse 7 again. Yes. The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. The king spoke, saying to the wise men of Babylon, whoever reads this writing and tell me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom.
Well, I'm going to make him rich. I'm going to make him rich, and I'm going to promote him. Now, keep that in mind. Whoever interprets these things, he's going to make them rich, and he's going to promote them so that they're the third ruler in the empire, with him being the first. Read on.
Now all the king's wise men came, but they could not read the writing or make known to the king its interpretation. But so then King Belshazzar was greatly troubled. His countenance was changed, and his lords were astonished.
Now watch what happens next. All right? Watch what happens next. Read on.
The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came to the banquet hall.
Wait a minute. Hold up. My wife pointed this out to me. It says that the queen, first, when we read it earlier, it said that the princes, his princes, which was actually his sons, because the Aramaic word for princes was sons, the king's sons. The Aramaic word that's used there was his sons, a root word dealing with the word bar. And his wives was present, and his concubines was all present, and they all drank out of those cups. But this queen was somewhere else. You see that? It says, now the queen, by reason of the words of the kings and the lords, came into the banquet house, which showed that she wasn't in the banquet house. There was something sacred and special about this queen. And I wouldn't be surprised if the creator saved that queen. She wasn't drinking and lollygagging and lavishly having fun like everybody else. See, it's something about what I'm saying if you really hear me. She wasn't doing what everybody else was doing. Everybody else was going with the flow, enjoying, but she was the one who had the clear head. She was the one who had the knowledge to go and seek out a man of the Most High. She was the one who said, hey, this looks like it might be a message from the Creator. Let me go get this man who your father had a lot of trust in. Watch and let's see what happens. Remember, this is a woman. This was the queen. She was the one that wasn't doing what everybody else was doing, drinking, smoking weed. Back then. They was getting it in. They was partying. You know how black folk party. We gotta have some liquor. We gotta have some wine, some vodka, gin, rum, whatever. And we gotta have cigarettes and we just all the things that decapitates a man, all the things that kills a man, all the things, and I say decapitate because it takes your mind. You don't even see it, but it takes your mind, and it takes your mind in a way that you don't even know you lost your mind. All that stuff we should leave for somebody else to drink and eat and smoke. But the queen, I wish you would have called her by name, but it doesn't. But the queen was the one who had a sound head. The king was lost. His mind was gone. But the queen in this instance was the one that the Most High used because she wasn't indulging in those things. She came from somewhere else. Let's see what happens. Read on, please. Let's start that over again. I like the way that sounds. Now the queen, I like the way that sounds. You don't mind, do you?
No.
All right, read that for me again, please.
The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came to the banquet hall. The queen spoke, saying,
Hold
"Oh,
up. I just noticed this. Do you know that the way that they got this worded, she wasn't coming to where they was at. But the way they worded is that she only came because of the words of the king and the lords. She heard what was going on and then she came. But she had no intentions on being around all that foolishness. Oh, they partying, they're having a good time. She didn't want to be around that. Go ahead, I just like that. You want to start that again, please? That was just wonderful. Read on, please.
The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came to the banquet hall. The queen spoke, saying, O king, live forever. Do not let your thoughts trouble you, nor let your countenance change. There is a man, sorry. Ooh, just lost my place, sorry.
Verse 11, 5 and 11.
Okay. There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy power. And in the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the deities, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. Inasmuch as an excellent spirit, knowledge, understanding, interpreting dreams, solving riddles, and explaining enigmas were found in this Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar.
What did she call him?
Daniel, who
she called him by his Hebrew attribute, Daniel. She didn't call him Belteshazzar. She clarified this man's name is Daniel, but the king named him Belteshazzar. That's deep. I mean, that says a lot about her character and a lot about her knowledge. Even for her to remember Daniel says a lot about her. And that's why she wasn't participating in the party with all the rest of them people.
She knew it was foolishness.
Yeah, but how much do we know about the foolishness of today's time?
Correct.
We always quick to go to the party place, the party, the happening place, the hot spot. This is what's got. This is live. Y'all know how we do. But the queen had enough sense to stay home from all the live spots. After she gave her thing, she probably stepped off because that was the purpose why she came. She probably stepped off, and all that's about to take place, she was probably protected. Read on, let's see. I ain't gonna interrupt you right now. I'm gonna wait for a little while to interrupt, like 2 more seconds. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 12 again, inasmuch as an excellent spirit, knowledge, understanding, interpreting dreams, solving riddles, and explaining enigmas were found in this Daniel, whom the king made Belteshazzar.
Watch
Now
what
let,
she says. Now let what?
now let Daniel
Daniel. Uh-huh.
be called, and he will give the interpretation.
She didn't say he might could answer. She didn't say he might be able to interpret it, but she called him by his name, Daniel. She already said, I know what the king called him, but his name, he's Hebrew, Daniel. By his name, I know he can interpret it. She said, go get him. He'll show you. That's the confidence she had in the Most High servant. How many people have that confidence in you that you are servant of the Most High? If you ain't got no haters, then ain't nobody got that confidence. Believe me. If you got some haters, it's because they got that confidence in you. Read on, please.
Verse 13, then Daniel was brought in before the king, and the king spoke and said to Daniel, are you that Daniel who is one of the captives from Judah, whom my father the king brought from Judah? I have heard of you that the spirit of the Most High is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you.
Do you
Now-
understand? Wait. Hold on. I know Prince keep interrupting, but I am so excited about this chapter. The respect that they give to Daniel is played. We just can't overlook that. We talking about a king. That's like the president calling you on your phone and acknowledge that you worship the Most High and that the Most High is with you. That's how powerful this is. That's the respect that they're showing to him. The whole government is about to collapse. And the only one that can give us the answer is Sister Mariah of the Children of Israel, but down in Goshen, Beulah. Call her up here. And then she'd get up there, hey, what's up, King? Well, I have heard that the power and the wisdom of the Most High, King of all creation, dwells within you, and that you are his daughter, and that he speaks to you. Can you help us, please? We have a situation. Do you understand the respect that is? You know why you don't understand it? Because you don't believe that it can happen. And I'm telling you, it will happen. They're going to take hold of your garment and say to you, the hem of your garment, they're going to take hold, as Joel says, and they're going to say, lead us to your maker. For we know that his spirit rests in you. That's definitely going to happen, family. It's going to happen. The respect and honor that they're showing to Daniel is going to be shown to you as well. Keep walking this walk and don't give up the fight no matter what. Stay true and loyal to this king. And all of your Yelodim, all of your children, teach them of the oneness of the Most High. If they reject it later on in life, then they reject it. That's their decision once they become grown. But you do everything you got to do to instill it within them. Go ahead, Ishi, pick up. I'm going to try to be quiet for 2 more seconds. Go ahead.
Verse 15, now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, that they should read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not give the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of you that you can give interpretations and explain enigmas. Now, if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom.
Watch what Daniel says.
Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another. Yet I will read the writings to the king and make known to him the interpretation.
Daniel didn't say I'm gonna try. He didn't walk in the confidence of doubt. He said, I will. The definite. Like my elder, how I told you about my elder who taught me, stay out of the doubt area and be with the definite. He says, the Most High will be with me. Daniel said, I will give you the understanding, because he knew the Most High will be with him. He understood that. Read on, please, and let's watch what happens.
Verse 18, O king, the Most High power gave Nebuchadnezzar, your father, a kingdom of in majesty, glory, and honor.
And because of the majesty that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whomever he wished, he executed. Whomever he wished, he kept alive. Whomever he wished, he set up, and whomever he wished, he put down. But when his heart was lifted up and his spirit was hardened in pride, he was deposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. Then he was driven from the sons of men. His heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High Power rules in the kingdom of men and appoints over it whom he chooses. But you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, although you knew all this, and you have lifted yourself up against the Most High of heaven. They have brought the vessels of his house before you, and you and your lords, your wives and your concubines have drunk wine from them, and you have praised the deities of silver and gold, bronze and iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know, and the Most High who holds your breath in his hand and owns.
What he say right there? What he say the Most High does? What he say? And the Most High who's hold your breath in his hands. Wow, that's some powerful stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's a powerful, powerful attribute. That shows you that even the motion that you go through to breathe is not of your own doings. Even the performance that you to inhale and exhale, to experience energy, to suck it in, is in the hands of the Most High. Read on, please. Go ahead. That was good. Wait, read on.
And the Most High who holds your breath in his hand and owns all your ways, you have not glorified. Then the fingers of the hand were sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the inscription that was written. Okay, I'm gonna try to pronounce it.
Kel Afarson.
Uh-huh.
Whose alarm is that ringing?
That is my house phone. So sorry. Okay.
Mene Tekel Farson.
This is the interpretation of each word. Mene, the Most High has numbered your kingdom and finished it. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. This one says Perez. Maybe it's for you, Farson.
That's fine. That's fine.
Your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and they clothed Daniel with purple and put a chain of gold around his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That every night Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old.
So do y'all see what just happened? And I know you say you do, but I'm gonna try to explain it a little bit different. Then commanded, what was the reward for anyone who could interpret that thing? Somebody tell me.
I'm the third in position.
He will be third in position, right?
With a gold chain and purple robe.
He would be third in position. He would be given riches and honor and gold chain, right?
Okay.
But in order for him to be third in position, that means that the king had to be first, but the king died. The king was dead. So that would make Daniel second in position, right? Am I right so far?
Okay.
All right. Read the next first verses. I'll read it in the next sentence, in the next chapter, and watch what happens. We know that the king died. He was slain by Darius the Median, who took Medo-Persian was an empire that took over, being about 33 score and 2 years old. That made him what, 62, right?
Yes.
Daniel 6:1. It pleased Darius, now watch the position, that the Most High, see, people got their mind set for one thing for you, but the Most High got something totally different. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes. After he took the kingdom over, he set up the kingdom, 120 princes over that kingdom, which should be over the whole kingdom.
And over these presidents, of whom Daniel was the first, that the prince might be given accounts unto them, the king should have no damage. Then this Daniel was preferred above all the presidents and princes because an excellent spirit was in him. And the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Then the president and the princes sought to find accusations. When you walk in righteousness before this king, wicked men will find reasons and accusations to bring about you to try to destroy you and remove you from the graces and the blessings of this king. And that's what they did to Daniel. Daniel was perfect compared to them then. Not that he was perfect in every essence, but he was perfect in comparison to those other 120 princes. They didn't like that because Daniel wasn't one of them. They wanted one of their men, or even if they had their own men, they wanted to do something to tear it up. But they didn't like Daniel because there was a perfect spirit in Daniel, an excellent spirit in him. And the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Then the presidents and the princes sought to find occasion against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they could not find no occasion nor fault, for as he was faithful, neither was there any error or fault found in him. Then these men said, we shall not find any occasion against Daniel, except we find it concerning what? They tried to fabricate a law. They tried to bring a law against Daniel. They tried to say, we found something against his God. So let's make him violate against his God, as they say. They're right there. They use the word God. I'm only using it there. So that they can find accusation to bring him down. So they look in the book of the laws and they say, well, this is what needs to be done. Let's do this. And maybe we can have it done this way. This is what wicked doers do. They search out things to try to find. And when they find what they think they got, they run with it. Even if they got to lie. Even if they got to get people to side up with them, they will lie just to bring you down because they have an evil and wicked intent. And a lot of times, those same people will look just like you. Those same people will say shalom, Shabbat, shalom, just like you. So what am I saying to you, fam? I'm saying when you stand up for righteousness, justice, truth, justice, and peace, a lot of the same people that you thought was on the same agenda, who are really not, they will bring you harm. They will attempt to bring you harm. But what's the lesson that you learn from this? Trust in the Creator, and he will fight your battles for you. The Most High will fight your battles for you. Is there anything that anybody does not understand about what has been presented today? Is there anybody who has any questions about anything that we've covered today? You have the floor, Ishi.
That writing on the wall, was that Hebrew writing?
No, it wasn't Hebrew. I don't know the language of the writing. I've never looked up the language to see what it was. I've always assumed that it was a special holy sacred language that most of us today are not privy to. So I don't know. All I know is it took Daniel to be able to speak it, to explain it to the people. And exactly what Daniel said was exactly what happened. Are there any other questions? Nobody got no other questions? All right, I got something that I want to look up.
And it's not pertaining to the subject matter, so I was just waiting till you say ask.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be, sis. It doesn't matter.
Okay, very well. I have a European Jewish friend who actually befriended my mother, another senior citizen during her time, my mom's time of illness. And last night, she know that I eat clean. Last night, she came to me and said, "Is that your taco salad?" I said, "Yes, ma'am, it is." She says, "You know it has meat on it." I said, "Yes, I know. I eat ground beef." She said, "And you know it has cheese on it." And I said, I know it has cheese on it. I eat cheese." She grabbed her mouth like, oh, like I was committing a forbidden sin. So this is the first time I've ever heard this, and I need clarity on this. Is there an issue where we can't eat meat and cheese together?
The Jewish man believes that. Well, you know better than to ask Prince, because Prince said you shouldn't be eating meat at all.
Right. Okay, but I'm just
But
saying there's nothing I missed in our dietary laws, did I?
yeah, no, not the dietary laws, no. But the Jewish man interpreted that you should not eat meat and cheese together. But here's an example that should spell that for you that I use to this point, is when in Genesis the 18th chapter. I don't know what is echo. Do y'all hear echo?
Yes, it's the microphone.
Okay. Okay. In Genesis the 18th chapter, when the angels came to visit Abraham, our father Abraham, Sarah prepared for them meat, milk, and cheese. He told her to go get that, and she did. So they ate meat and cheese together at that particular day. If that was such a violation, why would the angels eat it if it was such a violation? But the Jewish man teaches that that's something that we shouldn't do. So I pray that answers your question.
Isn't it also based off of a scriptures? You should not let the calf seed and the seed or something.
And his mother's milk. Yes.
Right.
That's their interpretation of that scripture, that you should not boil a calf in its mother's milk. Okay? That's their interpretation, but that's not what the law says. So my brother Yaakov, I see your hand. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to, you can, if everyone's done, brother, you can take the mic, brother Yaakov.
The cheese, some cheese are kosher, but they're made from pig's milk. So there's like 2 companies that make cheese that comes from cow. But there's other companies, I think Sargenta is one that make ones that come from cow, and there's not Borden's, they use pig milk, because pig milk, every part of the pig is used, as you know. So pig milk is in a lot of things. So they use pig milk to make cheese. So you know, I don't know if they were looking at it from that aspect, but you have to be careful if you're eating cheese, because a lot of it is made from the abominable swine or pork, or or pig, as they call it. So that could be one thing they may have been making reference when they cover their mouth. But the Jews got their own tradition. I grew up around Hasidic Jews, and they just got a different setup. So just be careful with that. But if you're eating cheese, make sure it's certain company. You can go online, you'll find out. They'll tell you if they use cow milk. A lot of them come out of Wisconsin, I think, or I forgot where, Michigan. One of the places that have a lot of cow milk, because that's where they make whey protein also. Whey is a product of milk, but a lot of them use pig milk, pig fat in a lot of your foods. Just be careful. So keep away from the dairy stuff if you want to be safe.
You're absolutely correct, and thank you for that portion of advice. Most places use pig for their cheese. Most places where you get cheese, you get it from the pig. Is Sister Eliana still there? I don't see her. Is she still present? Okay,
It looks like she got knocked off, but Tusila texted me back. She said she's good. Thank you for checking on her. She was headed out to a gathering.
cool, cool. Long as she cool. All right, here we go. I don't see my sister. Maybe she didn't realize that she got kicked out yet. All right, I have one more thing that I want to share with the family. And this is a little bit of history that I was doing yesterday. And I came across it and just wanted to share with you
Can I
guys.
say something while you're doing that?
Yes, yes, sure.
You know what, then thank you for this lesson. I'm gonna go back and read it through it again. It was very good and very thought-provoking. And one of the things it made me think of in closing was how the Most High elevated Daniel and how he was an international person. You know, I mean, he was like, he wasn't limited. He didn't limit the Most High. And that's probably why he could travel and see the things that he saw and be elevated the way that he was. But I really understand that, you know, that kind of resonated with me, the fact that he was not afraid to go places that a lot of people would not go.
This is true. This is true. I appreciate that compliment. May the Most High be praised, and I pray that all of us could learn something from this and grow from it. So yesterday, while I was reading, I came across a conversation of the Council of Jamnia. The Council of Jamnia hadn't crossed my path in many, many years. So I forgot what it was. So I looked it up. And then I found it once again, and I wanted to share with the family today about the Council of Jamnia. Are any of you familiar with the Council of Jamnia? Okay. Well, this is what the Council of Jamnia was. I'm going to read it from the Wikipedia, and then I might go a little bit further if I don't see what I'm looking for in here about the reality of the Council of Jamnia. I think it is here, but I'll check. Okay. The Council of Jamnia, presumably Yavne in the Holy Land, was a council purportedly or supposedly held late in the 1st century CE. So CE, the 1st century CE, is the Christian era, to finalize the canon of the Hebrew Bible. So you have a Council of Nicaea, and then you have the Council of Jamnia. The Council of Nicaea was supposed to have been when the holy men and the Pope, what was his name? Anybody remember the name of the Council of Nicaea? I can't remember his name, it's slipping me. The Council of Nicaea, you all know its name, but I can't remember. If it comes back to me, I'll mention it. But they determined at that particular time what books went into the New Testament. And they dropped off a lot of the books from the New Testament. They added some books to the New Testament. But the Council of Jamnia is dealing with the canon of the whole Bible, the bringing together of all the books of supposedly the prophets, the writings, the Ketuvim, the Nabiim, the Torah, all the books of the Bible together to determine what was good and what was bad. They held the first, it was held in the 1st century to finalize the canon of the Hebrew Bible. The canon means the bringing together of the Hebrew Bible. It has also been hypothesized, another theory. It has been hypothesized to be the occasion when the Jewish authorities decided to exclude believers in Jesus, Jesus, as the Messiah from synagogue attendance, as referenced by interpretation of John 9:22 in the New Testament. The writing of the Birkat HaMinim benediction is attributed to Shamuel HaKatan at the supposedly Council of Jamnia. The theory of the Council of Jamnia that finalized the canon, first proposed by Heinrich Gratz in 1871, was popular for much of the 20th century. However, it was increasingly questioned from the 1600s onward, and the theory has been largely discredited. Therefore, we have what they call the Council of Jamnia. In 1871, Heinrich Gratz said, didn't have any verification or proof, but he said that there was a council called Council of Jamnia, where they compiled the Hebrew Bible. And they also decided whether to include or exclude the things about Jesus, the Messiah, okay? Then this supposedly took place in 1871. But since then, it was accepted at one period of time. But since the 1960s and research has been done and people have been questioning these things, they found it to be untrue or unprovable. So they left it alone. Now, there's more on this matter that I want to read about. Sources, external links, the theory. Let's look at the theory.
I'm sorry, Ish, you said they found what to be unprovable?
That there was no Council of Jamnia. They proved it to be not true. That the man made it up, or his evidence wasn't supportive enough for them to say that it was a factual thing. Okay? The theory, here's the theory. The Mishnah compiled. Now, we all know what the Mishnah is. I'm sure you don't, for many of us, so I'll explain to you. The Jewish man, although he claims to live by the Torah, he has different books that he also lived by. One is called the Mishnah, and two of them is called the Talmud. You have two different Talmuds. You have the Babylonian Talmud, you have the Jerusalem Talmud. Those are two different Talmuds. The Babylonian one was written when we were in captivity. The Jerusalem one was written back when we were in our land. And then they have the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the breakdown of the Talmud, and all those things together is how the Jewish man determine how they're going to live their life. In those books, you'll find the theories of eating the meat and the cheese together, as the sister asked the question about. That comes out of the Mishnah, their interpretation of the law. The Mishnah, compiled at the end of the 2nd century, described the debate over the status of some book of Ketuvim. Some of the books of Ketuvim. The Ketuvim means the writings. So whenever you read the Torah, the book that we read, the one we read out of is called the Tanakh. The Hebrew word for that is Tanakh. The Tet, the Nun, and the Kaf makes up the word Tanakh. The Tet is the Torah. The Nun is the Nabi'im, the words of the prophets. And the Ket is the Ketuvim, which is the writings. Ketuvim, okay? So when you see Ketuvim, they're saying the books of the writings. They're not talking about the Torah. They're not talking about the books, the prophets, but they talk about the book of the writings, like Psalms, like 1st and 2nd Kings, those type of books. It says they describe the debate over the status of some of the books of the Ketuvim, of the writings, and in particular over whether or not they rendered their hands impure. Yadim, that's one of the books of the Mishnah that they're calling from, calls attention to a debate over Songs of Songs and Ecclesiasticus. The Maggid Tanit, in a discussion of days when fasting is prohibited, but that are not noted in the Bible, mentioned in the holy days, such as Purim. So what we have here was a conversation that we was having 2 weeks ago about a lot of the feasts that we read about in Zechariah, the 7th chapter, that was not in Torah for us to fast, but yet our people did it. They're talking about those type of feasts right here, such as Purim. Purim has nothing to do with Torah, but it's a Jewish holiday, you see that, which commemorates the saving of the Jewish people from Haman. In the book of Esther, it should be called the book of Hadassah because Hadassah's name was changed to Esther. So in the book of Esther, you read about a man called Haman who tried to kill all of the Jews.
At the end of the story, you should go read that book. It's a very interesting book. At the end of the story, the Jews, the Hebrews, actually end up having a victory over Haman and his plot. So then they have a day that because the county didn't have enough oil to burn for a certain amount of days. Well, anyway, they celebrate, that's two different stories. They celebrate the event by having a day that they call Purim, okay? Let me read what they have here. It's a Jewish holiday which commemorates the saving of the Jewish people from Haman, an official of the Achaemenid Empire who was planning to have all of Persia's Jewish subjects killed as recounted in the book of Esther. Now, the second thing that I was talking about was, what's that other feast that they have? Hanukkah. Hanukkah is when it goes into the book of the Apocrypha. And what happened in the book of the Apocrypha was that Antiochus Epiphanes was killing our people, chasing our people. So they killed them. They ran. Our people ran up into the hills. And John Hyrcanus came down, led the battle, and we were victorious in taking it back. When we got back, the candelabra, which is the candlestick, we didn't have enough oil for it to burn. So they prayed to the Most High. The candle burned for 8 days when it didn't have enough oil to burn for 8 days. Therefore, they keep the feast of what's the feast that I just said? Hanukkah, for that day, for that week. I believe that everything that I'm saying to you is in the correct order. So anyone can look those things up while I'm saying it, and then they can help us to get right back on track. Hanukkah and then Purim. They can look those 2 days up and see exactly what they are, so I don't make the mistake of misleading you.
Yeah, Purim is in, you got to look at it in the Apocrypha because in the regular book of Hadassah, it's not fully, of course they said that the Apocrypha wasn't canonized, but that's another story. But it's in the last chapter, I think chapter 16 of Esther. And it'll talk about, Purim, because they were going to be wiped out. It's not, like you said, it's not something ordained by the Creator. It's something the people did as a tribute to her being the savior for Israel at the time, as a female to say. And then in the book of Maccabees, I think it's 2nd Maccabees, it says on December 25th, that's the date they have, when they had the Hanukkah. So you find it in that book in Maccabees, and there's 4 Maccabees actually, but there's only 1 and 2 inside of the Apocrypha.
All right, very well. Thank you very much.
And I'll put it in the chat for anybody.
All right, Toda Rabah. So I would implore you all, especially you who are new to this, to jot down that information and look it up later. The book of the Maccabees, you should read it because it gives a history of our people. The book of the Maccabees. I believe the Maccabees took place around 300 BC. So y'all should read that, between 300 and 100 BC. Y'all should read that. Alexander,
167 BC all the way down, because it goes from high to low. So yeah, that's when it happened.
Yeah.
It's a little after the Greco-Roman captivity. Okay.
Exactly. That's what I was about to explain about Alexander the Great. All right. So Antiochus Epiphanes was the one who, in the Maccabees, you're going to read about, who chased our people up into the hills and brought forth the prophecy that Daniel prophesied in the book of Daniel, where it says that the pig will be slaughtered on the altar. Daniel prophesied that. Antiochus Epiphanes, several hundred years later, caused that prophecy to come true. When he chased our people up into the hills, they actually slaughtered a pig on the altars in the holies of holies until we came back and took it over and chased them out. So Alexander the Great was the first emperor he was a superior emperor. His father was Philip of Macedonia. He died. Alexander took over, but when Alexander took over, he spread the kingdom 5 times as great as his father. That's why they call him Alexander the Great. But Antiochus Epiphanes was one of Alexander's generals. When Alexander died from mysterious causes, his 5 generals, each one of them took a different section of the earth to rule.
In Egypt, you have Ptolemy. Ptolemy was one of his men. And that's where you get Cleopatra. Cleopatra was the daughter of Ptolemy. She was not a black woman. She was of European descent.
She was a mamzer.
Cleopatra.
Yeah,
Okay?
she was a mamzer.
What's a manza?
That's just means she have two different race in her. That's what we call a mulatto. To put it
Oh,
that way.
mulatto. Okay.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
are.
Ptolemy called himself he called himself the suitor. I mean, it means savior. When he went into Egypt and they looked at him and said, first of all, he's the 27th dynasty of Egypt. And Egypt only had 26 dynasties of all people of color. And went in there, that's why he wiped them all out, because they didn't serve him. I mean, there's a little history. It's good to learn the history of when you read about Ptolemy and Epiphany. So when somebody said have an epiphany, that's where they come from, Antiochus Epiphany. All right.
You done, brother?
Can you chat that? Can you
Yeah.
text that name in the chat so I could be able to have the correct spelling to look at that? Please.
Brother Yaakov?
Yeah, sure. I'll put it in.
All right, Total Rabah. Yeah, Antiochus Epiphanes. But a lot of people pass her off as being black, and she's not black. Cleopatra was a white woman. You are what your father is. And that white bloodline was Antiochus Epiphanes, who was Cleopatra's father. I don't know if he was her father or grandfather, but that's the way that it goes. The point that I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of history that you have to read. You're not going to find all of our history in the Torah and the Torah alone. There's a lot of books, and the Apocrypha is a great book for you to read to learn a lot about history. But you got to be careful about certain books in the Apocrypha, because certain books in the Apocrypha talk about a deity that we ain't got nothing to do with. That's how you know the Europeans had their influence in that as well. But the Book of the Maccabees is another good book for you to read. The Book of Judith, who's a female hero or shero in the nation of Israel, that's another good book to read. There's a lot of good books in the book. Bel and the Dragon, there's a lot of good books in the Apocrypha that you can read about. That's good information for your learning. I would suggest you read all of them, and you'll be able to dissect or determine which ones is not good and which ones is bad. But read them all, because it will enrich you with knowledge. Like right now, I'm sitting here having a subject. I never had that subject conversation with my brother Yaakov, but he's able to touch on it and talk about those things. And that's what, that shows the quality of man that he is. He's not just somebody that just sat in class and let somebody tell him what to do and what to believe and what to understand, but yet he researched, he studied, and he learned. And now when it comes time for him to show off his knowledge, he don't raise his hand, he just blurt out, "Hey, I got that Prince, look right here, go right here." And what does Prince do? Prince shut up and let the brother talk, because he has an extension of knowledge that I don't have. So I gotta let him do it so that you get the full advantage of being in service today and learning these things, okay? Because that's what this is about. It's about exchanging information so that our brothers and sisters will be knowledgeable of their past, so they'll know their history, know why they're the children of Israel, and be able to defend that with a mighty hand, okay? And a lot of people cannot defend what they believe because they haven't learned. A lot of people believe in things that are not true, that they haven't learned. So you always got to test those things and try those things and see if they are worthy of your participation. All right? So are there any questions before we go on? I just wanted y'all to hear what took place with what this was about, this theory, and that a lot of people don't accept this theory. They've kicked it out. They don't accept it. They say it's garbage. They don't participate in it, and they left it alone. So before we move on, I want to know, is there anyone who have any questions about anything that we've covered today? All right, Ima, you have the mic.
Shalom. I just want to know, are you able to email all these documents to me, please?
Which documents?
Everything else isn't tonight, but this particular document.
This is online. I'm online right now.
Okay, can you email it to me, please?
Yes, dear. I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're so beautiful. I'm so thankful to have you.
Toda Rabah.
I'm going to send it to you right now. Yes, Isha, how can I help you?
Yes, what is the Ptolemy, the Psalter again?
Ptolemy?
I don't know, but yeah, probably.
Ptolemy he was a general of Alexander the Great. I think my brother put it in the room, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I was writing it down. I just didn't understand who he was and his relation to the combo.
Okay, he was okay, I'll explain it again. Pardon me if I didn't make it clear, or if I didn't make it clear enough for everyone. Here it is. Alexander the Great, who was born, I think, 321 or 331 DC, somewhere in that area. He was the son of Philip of Macedonia. He was a Greek ruler at that time. Philip died, and then his son Alexander took over. When Alexander took over, he expanded his father's kingdom way larger than his father did. He was the one who killed the one we read about today, Darius. He was the one who went to war with Darius and killed Darius and took over the Persian Empire. He was a Greek. He was from Persia all the way down to Egypt. And then when he died, Alexander the Great died, he had 5 generals. I believe it was 5, either 4 or 5. Ptolemy was one of those generals. And when he died, when Alexander the Great died, each one of his generals took over a different portion of the earth, different portion of his kingdom. And Ptolemy took over Egypt. Antiochus Epiphanes took over Judah. So between those two is what this conversation was about today. So you do the research. Ptolemy was related to Queen of Sheba. No, what's her name? What's that lady name? It ain't Queen of Sheba.
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra, yes. He was related to Cleopatra. And Cleopatra actually had brothers who should have ruled in her stead, but she killed them. She killed her brothers. She was something. That lady is something. So you all just do your research on these things. My brother has put it in the room. He's posted it in the room. So do your research on it. Read up in your spare time when you're not in Bible class or through the week. You might want to download, my sister turned me on to this. You might want to download Autobooks. I believe that's what it's called. And Autobooks will have you learning a lot of these lessons. You can listen to them while you're, instead of listening to that music, you remember that music you used to listen to? Instead of listening to that music, you can listen to Autobooks and you can learn a lot more information. And you can even get the Book of the Maccabees on Autobooks. They have all these things on Autobooks.
It's Audibles.
Is that what it's called, Audible?
Audible, AUDIBLES.
Can you type that in the room, please?
Okay.
So that information is good for us. So there was a lot of information that I was studying that I wanted to share with the family. That was the most important one right there. The other things I'll deal with at a later time. We don't have to get it all today. Yeah, Audibles. And you can get a subscription and just download any book on any subject that you can think of, and it will be helpful for you. Are there any questions? There are no questions? Okay. Sister Pat, are you still present? Oh, my brother got a question. Brother Yaakov.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to thank you for coming in today and inspiring us to speak in reverence to our brother, Elder Shalomo, who's greatly and worthy of that. Thank you for that, and thank you for bringing it to our spirit and our minds.
Thank you for all the kind words. and all the remarks that were made on his behalf, it really warmed my heart
Yes.
to know that he was as loved by others as he was by his family.
Yeah. Just keep in mind, we're here every Shabbat. If you choose, you can always come in.
I'll be back,
May the Most High be with you. And
and to you all.
I pray that we have been of a service to you today as you have been to us.
Absolutely. Toda.
Toda. All right, my brother Yaakov, you have the floor.
Thank you. So if you want to find the Maccabees for now, you can go to apocrypha.org. It's like the same company that makes BibleHub.com. And when you get on there, you can go to the Apocrypha, and then you'll find the Maccabees. So if you go to, for example, Brother Prince was saying, when we tie in these this information, like in Daniel's, I think chapter 11, that was a prophecy against the Medo-Persians, that they'll be taken out by the Alexander's father fought against them, but Alexander came in and reigned and took them over. So that was a prophecy. So when you read the book of Joel, you're sold to the Grecians, it's pointing at chapter 6 in the first book of Maccabees, chapter 5, when the first of the Grecians, and that he says Judah was sold to the Grecians, and that's what Joel time period was during the same time period in Daniel. But in chapter 1, verse 1, what I put earlier, it'll tell you all of the people, because Alexander had, I think, 12 men or 6, and they inherited the land. They parted out the lands that the Greeks had, and then they became kings over them. And it says in the beginning, can I read this for 1 second?
It's your show. Do your thing, man.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 1. There was brothers called the Maccabees, by the way. So when you read it, it's very good to read. And he said, it happened after the Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, the king of the Persians and the Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. That's where the word Hellenist come from. One who practiced, when you hear somebody named is Helen, it's just a Hellenist, it's a Greek man, meaning Hellenizing, meaning turning from the ways of the creator and become the culture of the Greco-Roman era. And he said, in verse 2, and he said, it made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth and went through the ends of the earth and took spoils from many nations. He went all the way up to the coast of India. If you read the battle of them against India, there's a lot to learn. But anyway, he says, so much that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries, nations, and kings, and became tributaries unto him. And after these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, he was homosexual, by the way, such as were honorable and had brought up with him from his youth and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So when he was alive, he parted the kingdom, right? Then it says, so Alexander reigned 12 years and then he died. And his servants bare rule everyone in his place. And after the death that they all put crowns upon themselves, so did their sons after them many years, and evils and multiplied in the earth. And there came, here they go, and here came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, the surname Epiphany, son of Antiochus of the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 123rd and 7th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. And then such and such. So when you read it, you'll see the chronology of it. And a lot of them had sons. As you know, Cyrus had sons and Darius, the kings, had sons. So we have to see the names of these sons, like Xerxes and Artaxerxes, during the time of Esther. That was Artaxerxes, but Xerxes was also a king. So that's how we know there's a lineage of kings, because they pass it on to their children. Unless Nefertiti, Cleopatra, they killed out the brothers. So I'm done right there.
They killed the brothers. Cleopatra killed her brothers, not Nefertiti.
Yeah, Cleopatra. I'm sorry. Yeah. In error, I said earlier it was. I meant Cleopatra was the one. Nefertiti was a Mamza. My bad.
Oh, Nefertiri was a Mensa.
Yes, she was a Mamza. Because there was two Nefertitis. There was two.
Oh, I don't know but one. Which one? Which?
Yeah. There was
What's
one, the mother, and then the daughter was one. The daughter was a Mamza. She was half. But
Oh.
Cleopatra was definitely she was a European.
Yeah.
Because her father was, how
Right.
we identify, yeah.
All right, family. Are there any other questions? You got a whole lot
Yes,
of
I
knowledge.
want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So Cleopatra was the queen over Egypt, but her father was European and her mother was what?
We don't know. I don't know her mother. Do you know what her mother was, bro?
Her mother was an Egyptian.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that. But if
Yeah,
you
mother was Egyptian because what they did, the Europeans are well known to go. Let me tell you something. Don't listen to these Europeans that they can't have children. When they get among the daughters of other melanated nations, they breed them all up. Alexander Low's men ran loose all through the Black world, and this is what they do. That's why we have a Mamza race of peoples who they use over them. They couldn't go into the hot desert to control the people, so that's what some of those sand Negroes that we call them, or some of them are Mamzas. They had white fathers and black mothers. I'm telling you, check it out.
Okay, wonderful. Any other questions? I've never did the research to try to find out who her mother was. And I don't even know if it's known by name who her mother was.
Well,
But
yeah, because she was queen over Egypt. So her father wasn't king over Egypt though, right?
Yes, her father was.
So this was after, I guess, the European nations that came and took over Egypt?
Yeah, Egypt had 26 dynasties, as they call dynasties. And they were all black dynasties. The last dynasty, the 27th dynasty, was first run by Ptolemy the First. That's what they call him, Ptolemy the Savior. So he wanted them to worship him, but they didn't worship people like that. So he killed off a lot of them, and he created his own dynasty. But he had black women as his wives also. I mean, this is what they do.
Is it correct?
Who was Mark Antony? Wasn't Mark Antony the person supposed to marry Cleopatra?
Yeah, further down. I was talking about Nefertiti. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
I don't have no problem with it. If you got it, spill it. All right. I'll deal with you, Sister Tabar. Then I want to jump back to something that you said, Brother Yaakov. All right. Mark Antony was a Roman who came over. He was what's those Roman things called? Emperors. He was a Roman emperor who came over to Egypt, took her as a wife, and took her back and wifed her, sexed her, and went back to rule Rome, where he was killed. But she had a couple Roman emperors who was involved with her sexually that tried to bewife her. There was another one, I think before Mark Antony, there was another one. Does anybody know the name of that one? There was two Roman emperors that I know of that had relations with Queen Cleopatra. There were two, but I don't know their names offhand.
Caesar
Caesar. That's right.
was the first one, then Mark Antony.
There you go.
Caesar was the one that she had the twins by.
Yeah. So there you go. See how that information come together? That's what I'm talking about. So now here's the other portion of information that I wanted to share. My brother said that the other 26 dynasties were all ruled by Black people, but that's not necessarily true. There were some where there was a race of people that had red hair and they were Europeans. They were white and they ruled in Egypt for some period of time. And you get this, I got this information from Sheikh Anta Diop's. Sheikh Anta Diop wrote a book. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. I can run downstairs and get it because I do.
I probably got the book. I know Chia, but I follow him. And I have to stand correct because there's two kingdoms. There was two kingdoms of Egypt. So the northern kingdom was really on the south side, and the south was on the north. Because the Nile flew in, ran upwards into the stream of the Mediterranean. So there was. And Asian people ran Egypt too, but they were Black Asiatic people. They weren't, they were. So Yeah, I got to correct it with their hair follicles, and it's true. They ran for a little while because they send the Papyrus of Annie. You ever
Yes.
heard of that? Papyrus of Annie, yeah. Yeah, that's a writing that they have in the Vatican. They steal a lot of the stuff they put in the Vatican. And it's on the hieroglyphics too. The book of the coming forth. So,
Yes.
all right, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. I don't have no problem with knowledge being exchanged. I don't know everything. And whatever I don't know, if you pick up on it, you pick up on it. My brother Benjamin started talking. I'm gonna sit there and shut up and listen because I might learn something. And I don't have no problem with learning. None. The Book of the Annie. I never heard of the Book of the Annie. Now I gotta go look something up. The Book of the
Oh
Annie.
yeah, it's called the Papyrus. They call it Papyrus of Annie. No different than the 42 sayings of Mayat. Those books. I mean, when I
yeah,
lived
I'm
in New York,
familiar.
we study those books. So there's a book that everyone can benefit from. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's the book by Pliny. Pliny, you ever heard of Pliny?
No. What's the name of the book?
I have it again. It talks about Israel during the Greco-Roman and the time of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, during the time when they were stealing all the information. Or the Book of the Wars.
Oh no, I never heard of that book.
Flavius Josephus.
Oh yeah, I got that. I got the whole writings of Flavius Josephus. I have that here.
Okay, and then the other book is the Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams.
I have that.
Yeah, they
And
have a
y'all
lot
should
of
be-
books.
hold up a second, bro. Y'all should be taking down the notes of these names. Somebody might even want to post them in the room because these are all great readings that you can read. If you can get your hands on these books, it'd be a lot of information for you. Go ahead, bro. Please forgive me.
Oh no, yeah, and so these books will tell you that some of the writings that you see in the New Testament were really written by a lot of these other authors, philosophy, because the Greeks and Romans are great for philosophy. So when we learn about this, the Sepphoris and the Apex, the bull, and all these things, you learn where they got a lot of this information from Egypt, from the Zoroastrians. The Zoroastrians were the Medo-Persians, A lot of them.
Zoroastrians?
Yeah, some of them were. And they wrote a lot of information. And then the what we call Islam took a lot of the writings and say that was their writing. But before Islam, in the book From Babylon to Timbuktu, it even tell you that what's his name? Khadijah and Muhammad, he was eloquent speaker, and that's how they formed Islam in 700 AD or 680 AD. So we have to know the Catholic Church is behind that. But there's a lot of things to know when you can put it together. That's all. It's good reading. But everything turns back to the Torah. So we've got to remember that. Because people came in our place as a stand-in. Like the Esau came in, and we're not talking about white Esau. That's another story. People think Esau is white. But anyway, they had Esau, some of them were the Maccabees. Some of them were. So we have to be very mindful of that. So
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. So are there any other questions?
Well, if you guys can comprise a reading list, that would be great.
Okay.
Yes, a reading list.
Brother Yaakov, you got that? Or you want me to do it?
I got a lot of books, I'm telling you. From
Okay.
Chief Diop, Dr.
You can
Ben.
And you can do it. You can do it. You won.
I'll put one. I'll do it. I'll do it before before sundown or something like that. But I'll put it together. I'll have it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And just read these books, man. The information is a plethora of information. It's really, really good. And if you like learning, if you really like knowledge and you really like learning your history, these are the types of things that you must do to better yourself in knowledge and understanding. You have to read. I'm trying to think of this one book, Hebrewisms of West Africa. You ever heard of that book, bro?
Oh yeah, that's a great book.
Very good book. Very good book. It talks about the similarities in how you're the Hebrew people and how you were the original people in Africa and the children of Israel. It links it all, ties it all together. It's a very good book.
What is it, Ish?
Hebrewism of West Africa. Hebrewisms of West Africa. It's another one of them books you might want to put on a reading list.
You can find them in PDF. You just got to be a little careful. But you can find them in PDF format.
All right. Well, another beautiful class today. Another
And that's by Joseph Williams is his name for that one. Hebrewism.
Joseph
West Africa.
Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the author, but okay.
Yeah, and these books, the prices went up in years. So back in early 2000, we were reading a lot of these books, and they cost like nothing, and they really made it so costly for a lot of these books. For example, there's a Bible that's it's a good read. It's a Catholic Bible. We call it the Jerusalem Bible. You heard that book before?
Yes.
They had banned that book in America in '68 for a while. But anyway, that Bible you can get before for maybe $20. You know that Bible, the price went up when people were buying it. It went up to like $400. So they do that with a lot of our any kind of read that we're reading. Understand that Babylon and Timbuktu is a good book also.
I gave my mother-in-law a signed copy of Babylon and Timbuktu.
Okay.
Something for her to read. The elders are here in Philly and they sit with us all the time. We go and visit them and we have service with them sometimes.
There's one more book I do have that I think it's a good read. It's more of it started maybe from 14 or 1300. His name is Ivan van
Sertimer.
Sertimer, that's right. He's from Guyana, but he wrote a book called They Came Before Columbus. And when you read that thing, you really see what they did, to the indigenous peoples of this land and all through the Western Hemisphere. And then they'll describe what they look like. So you'll know what a Geechee look like and a Seminole, and it's just incredible to read.
Another good book is Judah Trembles Under Rome. Judea.
Yes, good book. That's right. That's a good book.
Yeah, Judea Trembles Under Rome. And all these books will fill you in on your history and let you know emphatically who the children of Israel are.
Yes.
They let you know. But you got to read them.
The Valley of Dry Bones.
Valley of Dry Bones is another one. That's right.
Yeah, Rudolph wrote a lot of good books. He wrote, the elder wrote a lot of good.
Deborah and Barak. He wrote that book too.
Yes.
Yeah. It talks about Deborah being a prophetess and how she was the leader of Israel for a period of time. It's a good book. Deborah and Barak. So are there any other questions, any concerns? If not, we can close out our class for today. Does anyone else want to speak about anything? Are there any questions that you have?
Prince, I have a statement to make.
Yes.
I know the brother got on and he's very passionate to say. And I do know that there's two scriptures that they talk about, because with defining certain things, like when we talk about witch in Exodus chapter 18:8, and then Deuteronomy, I think 22, talk about witchcraft and witch. So the Hebrew definition, so we won't get so people won't get confused, because because it could be between the definition that we have. We know, like in America, they used to burn witches. And we know in the islands, we have people that practice what they call voodoo and other things, Santa Maria and all these other things, conjuring up spirits. So I think if we can do something on that, coming from the Torah first and then kind of explain it, because like you said, in the Babylonian and the Aramaic, they may have a different definition. And even though they put those words in there, we want to make sure that we get the root word from what the laws of the Torah say, so we won't mistakenly and be misrepresented by not knowing certain things. So that's all I just like to comment. Whether I'm wrong or not, but that's how I feel. All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would think that you were wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would think that you were wrong. But I'm looking up over and over and over. I only look like 2 or 3 different places and I don't see a word for witch. What I
Yeah.
see, is kisaf.
Um,
I see the word kisaf, and kisaf means to practice sorcery.
yeah. So
That's a totally
what I
different
was
thing.
saying, when we hear the English when we hear English and it says witch, we associate to what we know. And that's what I was making the statement. Yeah, that's all I was making the statement, because you know, when the brother came on and he heard that, we, you know, we gonna assume, like, anyone, you talk to anybody that's not knowledgeable in that sense, when they hear the word witch, the first thing are like Wiccan. They got people that practice a warlock and a witch. You know, we associate to what we see through the media and everything else. So that's why the word is important to diffuse the common colloquial word of something, and what we use the root word of what is, you know, what the scripture says. And because there's a couple places it talks about witchcraft and witch in the book. So we just have, you know, I just wanted that kind of clear that out, because sometimes when we say certain things on the Shabbat, because, you know, Shabbat should be a joyous time that we talk, even though we're sharing information, it can take our energy away and our spirit. It could bring a negative countertone on some of us, you know, and then we have to build it back up. You know what I mean? Because
Right. See, here's my problem.
Yeah.
I have to say this before the family because it was done before the family.
Okay.
Every week it's the same tone, as if he's not learning. It's the same attitude. And I don't have a problem with somebody speaking and teaching and expounding on their things, but there's a time and a place for everything. And I asked, every week I bear with it, but I asked a specific thing to be done at that particular time. And he chose to do what he wanted to do. And then I gave him another opportunity, brother, listen, this is what I'm asking for. Only your interpretation of that little piece right there. And then he got rude and disrespectful and started cursing. So to me, it was time for him to be known that we can't have that here. We can't keep moving. And in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, you guys can correct me, but in my opinion, I've been humble enough for enough time for him to understand proper procedure by now. The disrespect, the cursing, all those things are something that we shouldn't be doing 5 and 6 lessons in. It shouldn't be happening. So certain things can't be tolerated. And if the brother wants to come back, he can come back with a different attitude. He cannot do what he's done. And he can't continue to do what he's been doing. How can we teach? How can we expound on things when we have people coming with that type of attitude? I don't care what you say, this is what it is. That's how I feel. And I mean, if you disagree, it's fine, you can disagree. The platform is for that. But there's a certain way that you do what you do. And your emotions, you have to leave at the door, and you have to bring your scholarship. Time after time, he said, this is who he is. I asked him specifically, not specifically, but specifically, I asked him, well, what experiences have you experienced to cause you to feel in your spirit that that's you? And that this is what you're doing, and the Most High has called you for this. I don't need that. It's because I'm telling you. Well, that's where we at with that. That's not how we are to talk and to deal with each other, especially when you're trying to verify and substantiate a situation or a claim. You have to bring some experiences. We're not asking you that we had to witness or somebody else had to witness it. We only ask you, what have you witnessed? And that was asked of him like 3 or 4 times in a previous class, and he never dealt with the subject. So I don't like doing what has taken place today. That's why it's been tolerated for so long. But there comes a time when it has to stop. The disrespect, the blatant just going to say whatever I want to say and talk about whatever I want to talk about when it's not time for that is not, it's unacceptable. It can't be accepted. So in my opinion, I think I tolerated it more than I had to for the amount of time that it was necessary. And maybe that's why I continue. But I had to let it be known that it can't happen any further or any longer. And that's what happened. If he was like you, my brother, Yaakov,
who bring information and you bring in information, you great. Even if he had an opposing view, there's a way that you do that. And that wasn't what he did. He demonstrated the lack of self-control too many times for me to allow that to just continue. So I bounced him from the room. I couldn't just let it happen. I couldn't go on. What kind of leader or servant would I be if I just let people be disrespectful to the family and to myself and just run all over the place with whatever they want? There's no protection there. So, and again, it's not about the disagreement, because everybody disagrees. Well, most people disagree. It's when it's their time to disagree, but it's a way that you go about doing what you do. And that's my only issue. That was my only issue. And there it is. All right.
All right. Toda Rabah for, expressing, and it was good that you addressed it, in that manner, and you didn't, use an emotional, because, as any kind of leader, whether it's in your household, as men, we still have to sustain some kind of order. And that's important. I'm glad you did how you was given to you.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't, but I had to do it. It's not that I wanted to do what I did, but I had to do it. It was necessary. So maybe he'll have the opportunity now to bethink himself, and maybe he'll approach again in a different manner. I pray that he does. I don't want him to walk away. He texted me already. We got personal numbers. We're friends from our youth. We know each other from our youth, younger days, 20s, the early 20s, later 20s. But anyway, 20s and 30s. But anyway, it is what it is. And it's a certain procedure that you do what you have to do. And I just pray that we all understand. And anybody that comes in the future will pick up where we are. If they come in with that same type of attitude, I'll speak to them and I'll talk to them. And if they choose to not change and they refuse to be kind of like mold their behavior, then they'll have to be dealt with as well in a different way. But everybody will be given the opportunity to change. There's no force, no demanding of anyone around here. But if they refuse to change, and I mean, how many times we got to do the same thing? We got a Zoom user in the waiting room. Let's see who this is. Okay. Shalom. Can you identify yourself, Zoom user? Is that you, Sister Eliana? Yeah, that's who it is. Okay. All right. So, with anyone who comes in the future and do this same type of thing, I will take the time to speak with them, and I will plead with them and beg them not to have that type of attitude. But I don't have a problem with anybody disagreeing with what I teach. But present your evidence and present your information so you can elevate all of us so we'll have a greater understanding. So that's where I'm at. So are there any other questions about anything today, fam, that we covered? Any other comments? All right, Sister Eliana, you just in time to hear Sister Tamar close us out in prayer. May the Most High be praised. Sister Tamar, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Eliana, you have something? Anybody else have something they want to say before I do the prayer? Closing prayer?
No? All right. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised.
Hallelujah. 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 Most High, most powerful, creator of all things. You created me, you created us, and you created more things. We exist in your power, and you help us to understand that because you are is the reason that I am. I am yours, Yah. We belong to you, and we come humble before you, asking that we may approach your throne and that you will hear our prayers. Our hearts are humble this day, Yah. We're humbled by the lesson that you have allowed your servant to bring forth, and we receive. We ask, O Most High Yah, that you would turn on your searchlight from heaven, and that you would search each and every one of us through and through. All that you find, Almighty Yah, that's not of you, we ask humbly that you will remove. In place of these things, Yah, we pray that you will pour out your spirit upon us, that you would quicken us in your righteousness and draw us near unto you. That you not allow us or cause us to be puffed up with pride, arrogance, envy, greed, all the things that are not of you, Yah. That you would allow us to be still so that we may be able to hear directly from you. That you would cause us to commune with our own hearts upon our beds, and that we may align ourselves with your will, your perfect will for us, so that we may be vessels that you may use in this earth. That you will empower us with the wisdom and knowledge and understanding that you would afford us to do all the things that you have commissioned us to do. We ask nothing more, Almighty Yah, but that you would have your way with us this day, and that it will be well with our soul, and that you may be glorified in our works. We ask all these things for your holy name's sake. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda Yah.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Toda Most High. All right, family. We want to thank everybody for coming
Can I
out.
say something? Can I say something right quick?
Yes, sis, you may.
I don't know if the family is aware, but on last Friday, I received a call that my daughter was found dead in Las Vegas, Nevada, where she lived. And it's unfortunate because I'm on this call on my phone, and the phone, as you can imagine, has been blowing up. I've been trying to ignore, press and ignore, but one came in from my grandchildren that I had to accept. So pardon the interruption, and thank you for allowing me to return. Please keep my families in your prayers. Thank you.
Wonderful. May the Most High be praised. Since we really feel bad that you had to experience this, the Most High giveth and the Most High taketh away.
Yes,
Yes. May the Most High be praised.
yes, hallelujah.
Blessed be his name.
All right.
You know, Prince, I say this too, because I'm still looking for that particular scriptures where the Most High says, Gentiles prepare for war, and
Oh,
is prepared to meet your maker.
yeah,
And you know, in the scriptures, when it says that, you know, our flesh will return to the dust of earth, and our spirits will return to him who gave it. And when I think about those things, I'm really humbled, because this is a time when we have to prepare. This is the time that we know we shall return unto our Creator. We know that we shall. And so even with your lesson today about, you know, being set apart something, you know, for the Most High, it's really about relationship. And I'm really humbled by today's lesson, because that ushers us in to the new covenant that is a part of the promise, that no longer will we have to ask of our neighbor, what does thus say the Most High? For we were knowing for ourselves, from the greatest of us to the smallest of us. And I can't think of anything more important than that. So I am really humbled today by today's lesson. So
greatly appreciated, sis. Would anyone else like to mention anything that they got out of today's lesson?
If I may, definitely agree with Sister Tam. And also, I think one thing that struck me was the verse, and you had done it a little bit to She was like, what did he say? But back in Daniel, when it writes like, which, and the Elohim, or the Most High, that holds your breath in his hand and owns all of your ways, you have not glorified. So that just goes right with Sister Tamar saying, like,
recognize who the Most High is, please, recognize him and seek to have that relationship with him that she's talking about. Because he, regardless if we want to accept it or not, or know it or not, or whatever the case may be, he is supreme. So it's best to have that relationship with him and not, be on the other side of that.
Right.
Okay. So yeah.
So now, Amy?
Yeah, I was gonna actually bring up that too, because it just made me really reflect on what my family has been going through the last couple of weeks. And then it kind of made me just reflect on a lot of things that I've just been experiencing the last couple of years, in this walk of life. But specifically, what happened with my brother being shot 3 times and being shot in the heart, and basically on that table, when the doctor opened up his heart and all his blood, came out of his body, and he had to get so much blood. The only thing I could think about was how the Creator was there shielding him, and the Creator was blessing the hands of that surgeon, because basically, he was gone. And if it wasn't the Creator's will, he wouldn't still be here. And when you was talking, when we read, even earlier when you and I read it, that, the Most High is in control of our breath. And it was kind of like that dream I had this morning I told you about, where I kept saying we forgot the oxygen. And it's just so important that we give him his allegiance, his honor, his glory. And the one thing that I keep hearing my brother say every day when people are asking him, how's he feeling, now that he's able to speak, he's like, I'm just alive and I'm grateful to the Creator because it's his blessing. And the one thing that my family continuously keeps saying is that it was a miracle, and the Most High has allowed us to have a miracle. And the fact that he's able to even speak and talk and do the things he's able to do right now, it just really has humbled me to know that every little breath we take, the Most High is in complete control. And I'm just thinking about everything that, I've experienced, and I'm personalizing it because everything that, even with, the things that just recently happened with you and Autumn, like how it affected me. And I'm just looking at how the Creator has brought me through different things. And the most important thing is placing your acknowledgement in him and humbling yourself to the experience to learn from it. And that was something else that you spoke about today, that even if you may not have done something wrong, that someone accused you, the fact that it was accused or the fact that something came about it means there's a message for you and a lesson. And I know that, my family's already super close, but this has just brought us even tighter and closer. And it's just really made us, all of us, like all I hear every day is the mercy and the miracle and the graciousness of the Creator. And I'm just thankful for that, and I just feel like all of us should really think about it, because one day, we may not think about it until something happens. But prior to this happening to my brother, I remember consistently telling my husband, like, my whole goal right now is to praise the Creator. Everything else, what everybody else is saying and doing, is not as important as what the Creator's purpose and mission he has for me, for my family. And that's, after that happened to my brother, it just cleared it up for me even more. And I even told my brother, you have a bigger purpose in this life. And he's even acknowledged that. And as a family, we've accepted that whatever the purpose is, we all have to be here to support and move and push and do what the Creator has purposely put us on this earth to do in righteousness. That's it. Shalom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
God. Thanks for sharing that, sis. I know that I spoke to you when you was in the hospital and I prayed for him right away, but I did not know he was shot 3 times in the heart. The Most High is so gracious. It humbles me just to hear that story that he survived that. I'm so humbled. Thank you for sharing that, sis.
Anyone else?
You're welcome, Andrew.
Anyone else? Anything else that you got out of the lesson today that was special you might think was for you, or that you might be able to take to someone else? You don't have to be afraid to say it. It's important that we do these so that we'll know that all the time that we're spending and all the talking that we're doing is being profitable for the people, you know, that you're being fed. Okay.
Wait, can I say something else? I'm sorry.
Sure.
It was something I thought about earlier. In the midst of all of this, my daughter had came to me maybe like 2.5 weeks ago. Well, prior to this, and said to me, Ema, I really want to be a lawyer. And I said, okay. She has like a year left before she graduates college. And I said, okay, you know, research and see what it takes. So while we're at the hospital, my brother, he's well known. He has different friends, but there's a judge that he's known. And she's at the hospital with us almost every day. And my daughter just happened to mention that she wants to be a lawyer. And so the judge started talking to her like, yes, you can do it, and told her to go, you know, apply, get the LSAT book. So she asked me, Ema, can you purchase the book for me so I can study? I said, of course I will. Then she went to apply for the LSAT, like to set up the dates and stuff. And just 2 days ago, she got a waiver that she can take the LSAT for free. And it just showed me like, you know, sometimes we don't know what's going to push us and drive us to do great. And then sometimes we don't even know what the Most High has in store for us. But just that, you know, her having that conversation and other people around her encouraging her and then getting a waiver, like the joy in her face, especially in the midst of everything that we're going through, just really, it just really made me appreciate, you know, that life continues even when we're in hard times. Like the Most High is going to show you greatness as long as you put forth your best. And then, you know, and hearing about Eliana, Sister Eliana's daughter in that time, it just really just made me think about just so many challenges that we all go through. But as long as we're putting a Creator, you know, with us and walking with Him, He just blesses our path. And it just really made me appreciate not only that my daughter, her earnest for it, but that other people were encouraging her and just showing that the villages, you know, I'm always appreciative of my village, but, you know, just seeing that my village is getting bigger and bigger for my children, especially because then my other daughter, she wants to be a doctor, and everybody was encouraging her, like, you can do it, and just saying, putting, you know, all these plans together for them. And it just really makes me understand that, you know, sometimes we look at things as tragedies, but sometimes it's just another door opening up for the greater opportunities for us to bestow upon. So, you know, I just, like, it was something, I can't remember who said it earlier, but sometimes some things happen to us and may look negative, but there's a lot of blessings in it if we look further into it. So that's, I just
Sound
want
like
to share
something I
that.
said. Sound like something I said.
Oh, okay. Maish said it earlier.
To y'all be the glory. Hallelujah.
Yeah, sound like something I said. All right, somebody else just called in on the 5. Irma Hadassah, is that it?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we missed you too. We was talking about you. You should have heard us. We was on fire talking about how good you are, how you're a great servant, how the Most High just so happy with you. You know we was talking about you.
So
I gotta tell you
funny.
all that. It wasn't true, but I gotta tell you that anyway, just to boost your encouragement, right?
Y'all funny.
Well,
If I should this,
Yeah, crazy.
What we were talking about was what we got out of the lesson today. Would you like to contribute anything?
Can you give me a minute?
Okay, no problem, sis.
While we're giving her a minute, I just want to share that while you was reading about the Daniel and how the king had to go through this period of suffering for 7 years, and the Most High brought something to my remembrance, my spirit, that my daughter did when she was a young girl. I would say probably around 21, 22. And it made me realize how the Most High left those 10 commandments along with all the laws and statutes and ordinances, but he's serious about those 10 commandments, and he means it when he says to honor your parents. And when I thought about this king going through that 7 year suffering, I thought about how my child went through her period of suffering. So the Most High let me know today that she's no longer suffering. She's at peace now. And that gave me some consolation. Just knowing that certain things have to happen because that's the law. And he is who he is. And he says what he says and he means what he says. But to know that she doesn't have to suffer anymore gave me a little comfort.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share.
Hallelujah.
Anyone else?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, sis. I'm so glad that, you're getting through this. I know it's a hard, tough time for you. But I like the way your wife, she wanted to learn more about, and I'm gonna do the research as well, because that's something that we're studying in our spiritual class about how everything is vibrating and everything is alive and everything is, and then you think about how Yah, he is in everything and is everything, and that's just a miracle in and of itself. And she's gonna get so much out of that study. We all are. So we all should, continue our research and study on that, because that's just a integral part of our walk with the Creator, just getting to know him better and how he, can cause things to happen because of that. How you were saying that vibration level that we're on is such a high vibration, that positive energy, how we give it out and it'll, come back to us. That's one of the things I didn't learn that today, but I have learned, in our study about, vibration and off that good vibration. And I thank you all for the good vibration that I get, from coming to this class for the last couple of weeks. I like that about, everybody. So that's what I got. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Well, I'm probably gonna be going a little bit here, but I want to just say, when you mentioned about knowledge, and the scripture says his Most High's people suffer for lack of knowledge. And when we read that portion in the scriptures about, you said another word I don't remember, that's the Hebrew word for, I guess, witches and stuff. And that does have a negative connotation, and it makes us be unwilling to, it could make us be unwilling to be able to receive of the knowledge that the Most High may be restoring unto us, because signs and wonders followed Israel. And I often wonder, and one of you, Chris or Yaakov, one of you may know, when Moshe had the rod, What was that rod? Was it an actual rod, or was it with the knowledge that he had? Because he had traveled, you know? He had knowledge that the magicians had. But like you said, his source was the creator. His knowledge and path that he had taken had been ordained by the creator, but he had knowledge. And so in that conversation earlier, I just think it's so important that we line ourselves up with the Most High and fear not, and allow him to be able to pour out his spirit upon us. That's why it's so important that we're able to talk one to another, even when we offend one another. That's why the Most High tells us to go into your brother. So we can remove all those blockages and hurts and pains and things that keeps the spirit from being able to move freely from within us, through us, and among us, so that we can advance in the knowledge necessary to be able to do what the Most High would have for us to do. You know, I don't think it's possible to be cut off as a people and then be restored as a people and not have some noted difference in that restoration of that relationship with the Creator. Let's say that. I'm saying it also to encourage myself to be able to receive of the Creator what he would have for me to receive.
Understood. Very well. You know, I want to just acknowledge the family that's here. You know, we take for lightly the relationships and the bonds we make sometimes through life. Well, I'm asking you all not to take this relationship lightly. The people you see here, I pray that these are the same people and more that you see in the next 20 years, living next to you, walking next to you, breathing next to you, and still being involved in your life and your activities. These bonds are extremely important, and don't take any of them for granted. You never know the service or the portion or magnitude that the Most High has for that next person in your life or you in their lives. You never know where you're needed in these people's lives. I used to look at the Shabbat, and I still do, as an energizer for the rest of the week, like a battery that needed to be charged. My life was like a battery that needed to be charged, and the Shabbat was the power source that gave me the keeping of the Shabbat, the coming together, communing with my brothers and sisters and calling on the name of the Most High. It was like that recharging my system so that I can go back out into the world and remain strong in His truth until the next Shabbat. I used to look at it that way a lot, and I still look at it that way. It's just that I've taken it to another level where I'm more so about giving than I am about receiving. I'm also trying to make sure that you guys have what you need as opposed to worried about myself and whatever I got to work off of. I guess I get my blessings from giving, which is the most powerful blessing, to give, and then you receive. The Most High gives you because of your giving. But, you know, I think it's more important to me that you all are fed or given whatever you need so that you can have your energy restored, and through my giving, that way the Most High restore my energy. But I get a lot out of this. I get a lot out of the lessons that we have, because I understand that before I'm speaking to you guys, I'm speaking to myself first. And that's why a lot of times when I teach, you'll hear me a lot talking about my own personal experiences, because I've learned that lesson through my experiences in life. And then when I share that information with you, some people who look through the wrong lenses will think that I'm downplaying you or talking down to you or being disrespectful to you, but I'm not. I'm trying to uplift you. I'm trying to penetrate your soul. I'm trying to give you something like the sister said today. This was so good for her. She got a lot out of it. It humbled her. That's the type of experience I want all of us to have, so that when we leave Shabbat service, we're improved from when we came in Shabbat service. And I think that's the mistake that a lot of people make. They the same way they are when they came in, they the same way they are when they leave. Shabbat service. Therefore, they haven't learned anything. And we should always, every time we give our time or our attention to a subject, it should be for the purpose of taking something from that subject that you can apply to your life and be better and useful in your life. So if you sit in the Shabbat class for 5 and 6 hours and you're not getting anything out of it, either you're not participating or the teacher ain't teaching nothing worthwhile. So if you can leave today and you haven't gotten anything out of this class, either you're not participating or I ain't teaching nothing. One or the other. And how do you know when you got something out of a class? When you begin to apply new teachings to your behavior. That's how you know when you got something out of a class. You start being mindful of your character, your nature, your behavior, your thoughts, and you start doing something different than what you did, what you applied to your life prior to the class. And then that's how you'll know. So if we, after 9, 10 classes in, and you're still the same person you were prior to the class, then either you're not applying anything or what I'm teaching is not worthwhile. One or the other. If my teachings haven't affected your life to better your behavior toward the Creator, which is the ultimate goal, then I'm not doing my job effectively, or you're not applying the teachings that you're receiving. So somewhere along the line, we got to adjust some things. We have to make some adjustments. So is there anyone else would like to speak before we close it out?
Oh yeah, one more thing. No, I'm just kidding.
You ain't got it. You can say it, sis. Don't matter.
She really don't want to go for real. That's what it is.
No, I just want to feed the people and I want to be fed. So whatever we can do, if there's anything, just mention it.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna meditate on what was taught today.
All right.
I'm gonna still be quiet.
All right.
I wanted to say one more thing too, Brother Prince, is that you're absolutely right about, what you give out, you get back in. And that's what a good farmer does. You don't plant, to not receive something. You plant because you want whatever it is you're planting to, give you a harvest of whatever it is that you planted. And I noticed in my walk with the Creator is that whenever I do good for people, whatever I do, I get that in return. I mean, it's just like it automatically happens. It ain't no, I'm doing it because I'm going to do that. There's no ulterior motive, I should say. Because that way, you don't receive. But as you do good to people, good will come. That's about that positive energy too, sending out that positive energy. And like I said, for instance, the way I have, helped people that were sick over the years, the Creator, he just takes such good care of me and send people my way that, that when I need assistance or whatever, if I need it, it's just whatever you give, you just, like the scriptures say, you give. Especially when you give to the poor, it's like lending to the Most High. And so he just pays you back for whatever you, do for people.
With interest.
So grateful. With interest, absolutely. Hallelujah. Mm-hmm.
With interest. So this has been good. This has been a wonderful class. I'm thankful and grateful and appreciative for all the people. And may the Most High continue to be with you all and bless you all.
You're welcome.
I be praised. All right, fam. I'm going to be in Georgia next week.
Woo!
I'm going to be in Goshen. So anybody that wants to come along, anybody that wants to come down and spy out the land and check out some things, we're going to be taking some walks over there on that land, pointing out some things. Sister Mariah, she's already there. Her and Ima, they're already there. So we're going to be going over, plotting out their little portion where they want to put their houses. Sister Tamar is laying out the lay of the land and how we can put certain things in certain places and make it look beautiful. You know, it's everything is coming together. Everybody's doing their portion. Next week, next Rebbe, my brother Yaakov is going to do another presentation like the one he did the other day. For those who couldn't make it, maybe you'll make it next week. But we were supposed to have a conversation today. Sister Amber, Sister Ali, I know that the two of you wasn't there. So we wanted to have a conversation today to see if there's a time and day that would be better if everybody can all get there to be a part. Sister Zanta, you wasn't there either, Zanta. So we wanted to know if another day would be better other than Wednesday, Rebbe at 7 o'clock. We wanted to know for the three of you, would there be a better time that we could all meet? And possibly if everybody else can be there at that day and time, then we can move it to that day. So Sister Amber, Sister Ali, and Zanta.
Wednesday is fine with me. I can't pass Wednesday because I was sick.
Okay, wonderful. I didn't know that. I pray that you're better now.
I'm feeling a little bit better. Thank you.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Ali?
Thursday? Thursday's fine for me.
Thursday is better for you? Thursday night?
All Thursday, anytime of day on Thursday. That's one day that I just like leave. It's prep day for me. So I work sometimes if I'm done with prep, but I can just completely leave that day open all day. Whatever time y'all decide, I'll be there, most high willing.
But Wednesday, you wouldn't be able to make it.
Oh, Wednesday, the scheduling for Wednesday is, it would be morning. Yeah, I can do morning on Wednesdays.
And it's 7 o'clock at night.
Oh. I'm usually taking, because I take Thursday off for prep day. So in the evenings when most of my clients are available, I take them on Thursdays. Wednesdays, Thursdays, I don't. Unless it's like emergency, you know, sometimes I have some people, maybe they have an issue. I take them like appointments, emergency appointments on Thursdays only because of the prep day. But Wednesday, I usually leave them don't start taking appointments till afternoon when most people are off of work. And then I can kind of cluster book them and get it over with. But yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is you couldn't change those 2 days?
Wednesday and Thursday, change them?
So that you can make the class on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, the meeting?
Oh, for class.
It's not a class, it's a presentation. The brother last week he gave us a presentation. And he wants it on this week, but it's gonna be on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so after the Shabbat, what I'll do is go through, because some of my clients, they book online. So they book online. I'm going to go through and try to definitely block off them, see if I can move them around. Okay. I will see if I can, easily move them around or cancel them.
If it's trouble, you don't have to do it, and we'll just send you the video so you can watch it later.
Oh, but it's worth a shot. So I want to try and move them around or get them to another day. You know, maybe Thursday I can take some of them, try to get them to change their schedule.
All righty. Very well. Thank you.
Abba.
Yes?
Also the day of our sister's call, we spoke about that.
The day of the sister call is on Wednesday?
Yes, at 7 p.m.
All right. So, fam, how about does anyone have a problem with us moving it to Thursday evening at 7 o'clock?
I have classes Thursday nights.
Because we moved it to Wednesday for Amber's schedule. I mean, if we want to do every other Wednesday, we can work it out.
Let me ask this question. What about Sunday? Sunday night at 7. Would that be a problem? Would that be in anybody's interference if we did a Sunday night at 7 o'clock?
Well, I'm sorry about this. On Sundays, I do. I mean, for me, on Sundays, I'm usually doing. Of course, I have a lot of clients, so I do work on Sundays because I'm off on Saturday. So the days that I'm off, like, of course, since for the Shabbat, so I don't take anyone on the Shabbat for any reason at all. And so usually that Friday, I'll stop at 4 or 5. And then Saturday, I'm off. And so I'll pick up those that wanted to book on Saturdays and I couldn't. They usually book with me. I don't open the schedule until 4 on Sundays, but that's what I'm working with.
So Sundays are good up until 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
So what time do you close at the end of your day?
Oh, shoot. Well, on Sunday, sometimes the day closes. Depends on, sometimes I'll reach someone and they thought they may have needed an hour and they may have needed 2 hours. So I need to adjust the schedule. And when I adjust theirs, everyone else's get adjusted. So it works like that.
All right. Brother Yaakov, how long would the next lesson be, the next session?
I mean, it'll just be an hour, but any day is I'm available. I'll make the time.
So maybe about an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, are you prepared to do something tomorrow or do you want to wait until the next Yom Rishon?
Wow. I'll get with you later and then you can.
Zanta.
I'll get with you later to see if I can do that. If not, we'll do next, whenever.
Well, we could just set it up where it's most convenient for you. Next Yom Rishon won't be a problem if that's what you want.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right, now we just got to come upon a time. Zanta, are you present? Okay, she's not here.
President, I wanted to ask, what days are you coming to Georgia?
Am I coming? You in Georgia? Coming?
I'm in Florida, but I can get there. I think I forgot how long it takes. What days are you coming?
Anywhere between the 12th, the 11th to 12th, one of those 2 days. Monday, Tuesday, one of those 2 days I should be heading down there.
Okay, very well.
And I should be there for at least 5 days. I think I'm leaving on when am I supposed to leave?
The 18th, 18th or 19th, something like that.
Yeah, I'm supposed to leave the 18th or the 19th. One of them two. You see me saying it with a smile, right?
So yeah, I'm going to try to get down there. I would love to see you. I would love to see Mariah and Iman. And I'm very close. I don't know how far away. If it's 2 hours or 6 hours, I can't remember, but I can get there by car.
Yeah, I think it's 6 hours, but that would be good. We would love to see you and spend some time with you.
Yeah.
And you can walk the land with us and see what the land got going on.
Yeah. I took a tour of the land before. However, I don't mind doing it again, especially now that we're dealing with Beulah. I'd like to see where Beulah starts and so on and so forth. So that'll be good.
Sister Irma, what time you coming, Sister Irma?
I want to be there. What day is the tour going to be on? I would love to be there for that.
Whatever day you make it.
You funny.
How about we tour on Wednesday?
No,
Friday.
Yes.
We can't do Wednesday. I have to. That's when my brother is supposed to.
Okay. What about Thursday?
Yeah, that's probably better.
Sister Eliana, Thursday good for you, Sister Irma?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, Sister Irma, that's good for you?
You mean Ima?
Yeah.
Or Irma? Yes, sir.
Man, that is so close. How could you pick those straws? That's so close.
Because that's my name.
All right.
And I love it.
All right, so tell me how I'm supposed to say it so I won't make no mistakes ever again. Ima?
It's Ima. Yes,
Ima?
sir, I am.
Don't say Irma.
Huh?
Ima.
IMA.
It is. It's gonna be Ima. No, you ain't gonna get that out of me no more. Ima for now on. All right. So we good? We good, sis?
Sure, hallelujah.
All right. We're gonna talk later though, all right?
What you say?
We can talk later though, okay? After sun go
Oh
down.
yeah. Okay, hold
All right,
on.
very well. So anyone else wants to make the trip? So you can walk on the land, spy out the land, see what it's like, what's going on, help us figure out what we're going to do for this up and coming holy day and where we can put some of the houses at. I wish Sister Tamar was coming, but we understand she won't be able to come this time around. Right, Sister Tamar?
That's right, but two of my sisters gonna be there. You got Eliana and Ima Hadassah there. I'll be there.
That's a blessing.
Yeah.
I'm a Hadassah. I'm a Hadassah.
Oh my gracious.
All right. Sister Ali, you want to make down, Sister Ali? Where you at, Sister Ali? What state you in?
I'm in Alpharetta, Georgia.
See, you can make it.
This is why I unmuted myself. I wanted to find out if you put the schedule, and I'll have the assistant arrange my schedule and call the people, based around trying to change the things up before the week, it gets too late in the week.
But it's on your day off. It's on your day off on Thursday.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be on Thursday, your day off.
Okay, thank you.
Got you. Get a little life. You got the information though already, right?
It's been here before.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there before. I'll probably most likely shoot Princess Medaya a message because I just randomly message her out of nowhere sometimes, asking questions and things like that. So I'll definitely be messaging her, make sure I have all the information correct. Mm-hmm.
All right, Sister Amber, your turn. What's up, Sister Amber? You in Georgia, ain't you?
I am.
Okay. What does you look like for you?
Right now my next course is about to start up, and I have classes on Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So any of those days I can't do anything.
Is it all day Thursday?
It is. I work during the day, and then I have class starting at 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock.
Well, you know me, I would have just told you to take off of work, but I can't count your money for you, so I can't say that, right? We probably gonna do the tour in the morning, like 10, 11 o'clock, 11, 12, somewhere in that time. We probably do the tour then. And what part of Georgia are you in?
I'm in Cartersville, about an hour north of Atlanta.
An hour north? Oh, you on the other side. Okay.
Yeah, I'm right in between Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, you're on the other side. So that means it'll take you about 2 hours to get to us. Yeah. Yeah, about 2 hours, 2.5 maybe. That's fine. That's not a long ride. I guess if you left by 7 o'clock in the morning, you'd be to us before 10, and then we take the tour at 11. That would be great. You know what? I'm sold. I'm sold, Sister Amber. Brother Benjamin, Sister Abigail, what's up? Y'all gonna take that 6-hour ride?
Man, we would love to, man. Unfortunately, we gotta work. You know, I would love to do it. Weekdays is hard.
All right. Well, we'll still be there over the weekend. Creator willing.
All right.
Sister Amber, I really wish you could have made it, but I understand. I do. Brother Benjamin, Sister Abigail, I understand. It's all right. Would have been nice. Sister Tamar, it would have been nice. But I tell you what, Brother Yaakov, what's your situation? Will you be able to make it?
I'm not sure. I still have to work out some things with Walmart.com mainly. Their fulfillment center. So I'll see if I can. I don't know yet.
All right.
If that's what I'll let you know during the week.
All right. Greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is get as much ideals and thought provocative things at one time. And everybody brings something to the equation. You might not even know what you can contribute to the meeting. You know, when we walk the land, you might be like, yo, right there, that's why we should do that right there. And I can see us creating this, and then we can type it up, send it to Sister Tamar, she can put it on the blueprint, and then the Most High bless our efforts. And next thing you know, next year you see it just the way you had envisioned it. Beautiful. And I know Maisha won't be able to make it because she's going to be in Chicago somewhere on the beach chilling at a food festival or somewhere, so she won't be able to make it. But I'm really looking forward to seeing you all. Pray the will and everything will go well. Are there any questions before we go? No? Well, I just want you all to know that I really enjoyed your company today. I really did. May the Most High bless you all and strengthen you all and give you the strength, the encouragement, the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to successfully make it through another week. Work at your fullest potential. May He send His protection upon you and bless you as well. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat
Yeah,
shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Malato.